All right, y'all. We back with another one. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understand the self, man. Yeah, y'all know we got that little sound. Shout out to Don Jeter. But I got that little buzz. That's my computer buzzing. I'm trying to get in here. But check this out. We're gonna go over the year we had though. Salute, salute. I know I'm a little late, family. I know I'm a little late. Let me turn everything on though so we can get everything popping. Y'all give me 1 second. Let's get it. Yeah, but we back. Hold on, let me just turn this on. We finna get to it. Yeah, we got a year. We had a year. Salute, salute, family. Call dog, what's good, fam? My guy, call dog. Mohammed, what's good, family? Tania, how you doing? My round, Tania, shout out Salami. Oh man, it's a pleasure, fam. It's a pleasure, man. Standing on the FBA business, man. We had a year. We had a year. These are the people we had to mark this year. I see him. So it got Fat Joe up there, all of them. TYB, what's good, fam? Yeah, yo. Call dog. Lotus Tie. What's good, family? We got the Choctaw, the Solani. Man, listen, we cover all tribes in this chat here. We cover all tribes. Salute to y'all though, for real, man. Hey, that one last night that was a fire one last night. I got to give to y'all. We straightened out all them tethers. For real, we had to get them in line. We got some stats right now. We got stats. Salute, man. Everybody coming into the chat. Queen FBA, salute to you. Man, that was a movie last night, Lotus Time. I'm so serious. That was a movie. Y'all had me cracking up. Y'all had me cracking up, man. Yeah, but y'all know we're gonna get into it. We got a lot to get into today, man. We're gonna open up the chat too, let everybody talk, they talk. You know, we like hearing from the family. Um, but yeah, we gotta put Dr. Umar on that X out list. That's somebody we gonna put the pressure on. Yeah, we ain't forgetting nobody. We ain't forgetting nobody. We ain't forgetting nobody. But everybody here. But yeah, family, I wanted to show y'all some FBA topics that we had going on. There was some stuff that I seen that did I miss it? Yeah, here it go. I got something for it. But yeah, we gonna open up the chat. The fam bam here. Peace in my God and salute. Kusabo in the building. Yeah, man. You know we appreciate y'all. But I want to start it off with a little. They say it was a black looking person in Mexico. I'm gonna show y'all this that they said got he got they're trying to deport him. But I wanted to show y'all this, man, so we on the same page. If I could find it. If I could find it. We might can't, fam. The bam bam here. M Kusabo. Workaholic. What's good, fam? He put feather. No, I'm trying to find something. Yeah. I'll show y'all, but it was.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Stand up and
Salute.
show your support.
Ainswell, what's good,
First
family?
duty of the American government is to
Salute
protect
to you.
American citizens, not illegal aliens. You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Stand up and show your support. First duty of
All right, I gotta
the
show. We gotta
American
put a little
government
Dr.
is to
Claude
protect
Anderson in there.
American citizens, not
But I
illegal
want to show
aliens.
y'all this. Check this out. They don't care about this dude right here or this lady. There's been multiple of our women who have been taken out by illegal immigrants. And nobody on the left side is saying nothing. It's crazy. Umar, whatever his name is, she know is Somali. She would have been dragged. Yeah, man, but we got Dakar Thompson. DC FBA, what's good, man? District of Columbia in the building. Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all, we covering the whole US, man, in here, man. That's one thing I love about the chat. You know, we covering the whole globe tonight. But yeah, we had some immigrants take out some IFBA women. And they think we supposed to be on side of the illegal immigrants. They ain't making sense. They ain't making sense. And I'm gonna show y'all Claude Anderson. Check this out. Specifically, that Claude Anderson been saying this. Check out what he's saying right here. Make perfect sense.
They've even got so bad now they even claim, well, no, I'm not black. I'm an African American. What is an African American? Nobody knows. We are the silliest people on earth. They don't want to be black. Now, anybody like my friend Stevie Wonder called me one morning and said, this is a little Stevie dog. Why don't you ever use the word African American? I said, because I'm not that silly. I don't use the word African American. I don't know what that is. I don't know what a minority is. What is a minority? Is that a one-eyed person, or is that a humpback or midget? What's a minority?
I always appreciate you. Another one.
I don't know what a minority is, and I don't know what an African American is. You see, because anybody that comes from Africa to America is an African American.
We've been saying this.
If you come from Africa, we got white Berbers in Africa. We got white South Africans. We got white South Rhodesians. We got Jews. We got Pakistanians. We got East Indians. All of them that come to America can classify themselves as African American. As a matter of fact, we had one Pakistani that came to America, and he wanted to went to the University of Maryland and wanted to get a Banneker scholarship that was set aside for blacks. They wouldn't give him the scholarship. He went to court in Maryland and sued and won $150,000 because he says, I am a Pakistani, but I'm from Africa and I'm in America, so I'm an African American.
Crazy.
And my people have not learned yet to get wisdom, as the Bible says, not only get wisdom, but get understanding. We don't understand the issues. You cannot go into a marketplace or into a political arena in a very broad, ambiguous term and win. You got to go in specifically focused on what you are and your people.
So, listen, that Claude Anderson is saying that, you can't tell me nothing. I've been watching and listening to this man for a long time. For real, copyrights, we're going to do that fair, but they say fair use. Hey, but Why would we go against this man? This man is got years of experience in telling us this. Nobody said anything to Claude Anderson when Claude Anderson was saying this. Nobody said that. Now that we starting to listen to what Claude Anderson is saying and implementing his book and everything that he's saying, how everybody mad? What is an African American? The term is gone with Messy with Messy Jesse, right? But big facts. But they can't tell us nothing, man, with that with Claude Anderson. They can't. We riding with Claude. We riding with Claude. And as well, he put Jesse was wrong for that. Fact is, the blinders that held us bond is a shock to the system. For real, workaholic. For real. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Little Big Mama. What's up, Mickey? Mickey in the building. Unicorn Squad. What's up, bro? Appreciate y'all for tapping in. My life been an exchange. Salute, Unc. Unc in the building, man. Hey, Unc, you gave me this H2O. The H2O guard. You came up with that first, fam. Salute to everybody, man. We're gonna have listen, we're gonna have a good one. We're gonna have a good one, man. We'll appreciate you, Unc. We're gonna open it up. We gotta listen to a little bit of the foreigners. We're gonna listen to what we say, but we gotta listen to these foreigners for just to, you know, see what they saying. But check this out. I gotta get this to y'all. But it was a black man in Mexico. I'm finna show y'all this. It was a black man in Mexico. I don't know. They saying he was Arab Mexico. I'm gonna pull it up for y'all. But it seemed like the Mexico immigration was just messing with him real bad. I'm finna show y'all the video. I don't like to show the violence on here. You know, YouTube be tripping. But I remember listening to him when I was younger, and everything he said was right and exact. Mm-hmm. I miss what Queen B said. But yeah, man, this brother was I mean, he was always on point. Claude Anderson was always on point. We follow him. Um, let's tap into a little bit more of them. We're gonna give a little bit of Claude a little bit more. And then we're gonna open up the chat. But I like to bring a little sophistication, man. You know, y'all smart, man. So okay, I can't play with y'all. So let's get it.
When it examines the issue of blacks in this country from the beginning of time of this country until now, that it's almost as if I've got to stay away from thinking any one thing
Yes.
is a panacea. But this book right here is, I'll be corny, is the bomb.com. So let me just start here. So Black History Reader, 101 questions.
He said the bomb.com, man. Rock Newman. I got a question, y'all. Is Rock Newman black? How he said that? I don't know if y'all know about Rock Newman. I have no idea about it.
You thought you'd never ask. You thought that you never thought to ask. Provides answers and solutions to how and why Black people have been consigned to the lowest level of America's ranking order of social and economic acceptability. Now, when I read that, I was like, well, boy, that's a very broad statement. That's a tall order. That's a high challenge there. Then I read the book, and it was like, it absolutely asks, it provides answers and solutions. I want people to be aware of this book. I want folks to be aware.
Definitely could be
Now, it
faster.
says today, America finds itself embroiled in issues of the Confederacy, slavery, immigration, and a myriad of issues based on race and racism. And it asks the question,
Think he is a
why is race such
He
an
black?
enduring
Okay.
problem? And your answer is?
For the simple fact that it's the third rail in American society. Nobody wants to touch it because see, if they touch it, all of a sudden that obligates white folk to do something in response to the fact that they have maltreated black folk throughout 500 years in this country. And they systematically maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's resources. That's all the land, wealth, power, resource, privileges, rights, and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. And they've been locked and boxed into that. And now they're presently a permanent underclass. And whites don't want you to bring that up because that way they have some obligation. And so what they'll do, they'll push back and say, we're not planning on sharing anything with black folk in this country. And that's the dilemma. Nobody wants to address the issues of what they do. They just try to use very broad, ambiguous terms to make black folk disappear and become unnecessary and irrelevant in this society.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
Trying to get
Meet
me to
Base
get
44,
my app. I keep
a
talking
complete
about the
AI
app,
creation.
and they keep marketing me this.
You know, I'm going to go past the question of how is it that blacks are always on the bottom. I'm going to go past that because in your answer there, you to a certain extent, you just answered that question.
That's right. See, that 90, 98, 99, and 1.5% of everything of value in the country was maldistributed into everybody's hand except black folk. Black folk have been locked into only 1/2 or 1% of anything in value of this country now for over 460 years. It is impossible, Rock, in comparative and theoretical terms for blacks to be a competitive people. Can't be done. You can't make it off of 1/2 of 1% in a nation that is it is a competitive society where people are competing. It can't compete. What are they going to compete with?
You ask the probing question. How is it that the Black Civil Rights era produced more gains for other class groups than the intended beneficiary, blacks?
For a very simple reason, and that is through inherited wealth. See, I just told you a few minutes ago that 99% of everything was maldistributed into the hands of the dominant white society. But now 87% of it is frozen, locked in there. It's locked into the dominant white society, into their trust accounts, banks, institutions, universities, communities, and their culture. The black folk cannot get access to it. That's why the present administration, like with Trump, one of the first things they're going to focus on is inherited laws, change the tax structure, so they can pass on all these rights and benefits into their offsprings. And black folk, on the other hand, are going to be confronted by white kids, for instance, a white child gets 87% of what he needs to be a competitive individual in our society at birth. As soon as he hits the air in the hospital, he gets 87% because everything he needs is in the white society. He can get access to it anytime he wants. But the black child, on the other hand, he can't compete because when he's born in that same hospital, there's nothing inheritable that he can gain. So because everything that the blacks have been focusing on for the last 100 years is non-inheritable. Food stamps, welfare, public housing, and a job, you cannot inherit them. So the black child is non-competitive. He can't compete with a white child.
What's good?
So in the morning, even if he wants a job, he got to dress up and go to a white neighborhood or somebody else's neighborhood, try to look for a job. It's impossible. He can't compete. That's why he's a permanent underclass.
You say.
So y'all understand? He said we got to go fix up and go get. This is why we got to focus on the finance and not spending money out the community. He's saying that right now because we sending out all our money. In fact, I got to be on this. We sending out all our money. Dr. Umar's bushmeat passing. We'll let this rock.
Permanent underclass, which begs the question, will the issue is there any hope that the issue of race will ever be resolved in this country?
I think there's a very, very slight chance that it can be resolved, but it's going to be up to black folks to do it, though. See, because they're going to be pushed back from the dominant society because they got a social construct that excludes black folk, and so so later on you can ask.
See, this is the pushback we get, and y'all see all of the stuff that's happening in Black History Month. This is the pushback Dr. Claude Anderson is talking about. With how we got with Umar Johnson, everybody saying this is the pushback when we trying to claim was ours. It's crazy how everything playing out exactly how he's saying it.
Yeah, ask me about it. The key is going to be how black folk classify themselves.
So
See, first of all,
real.
black folk got to classify themselves as native blacks. To make sure there's a distinct difference between a black coming from Africa and a black coming from the Caribbean. Native blacks. That means people that were born and raised in this country 400 or 500 years ago, that are peculiar to this. That's it. And if you focus on that, then say, now, what is special about those native blacks? Then you have to say they are exceptional people. Black people in America are exceptional. They are special people. Now we
ain't let nobody tell us, bro, crazy, man. We got Dr. Claude then standing on our business. It's so good to hear this man, speak the same stuff we speaking. And he one of our elders. This is like amazing. Amazing.
politicians running around the country every day talking about America is an exceptional nation. And because America is an exceptional nation based on the fact that they have a democracy, so it'll be the cradle of democracy.
Yeah, he needs a holiday. He needs Hall of Fame. He has to go down as one of the greatest. He's up there with the greats, man. I gotta put Dr. Claude Anderson up there with the greats, with Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, Fred Hampton. You gotta say, when you say all of them guys' names, you gotta say Dr. Claude Anderson. My name too damn long. That name too long.
And that they have most liberal immigration policies, and that people can vote and do all these kind of things. So they said, therefore, the American political entity is supposed to be an exception, and therefore they should be given special favors among all the nations of the world. What I say is that if that's true, then black people in America are exceptional people. They're an exception within an exception, because nobody's been treated like black folk. You keep talking about this is a land of immigrants, and see, but black folk are only non-immigrants. You can't keep bringing immigrants into the country over black folk and giving them special benefits in that terms. That's why blacks can't compete. And can I take about a minute to get these points out for you?
Yeah.
See, there are 4 or 5 things. They're right now they're debating the DACA immigration law.
Sure.
That's going to be the death knell of black folk. That's going to be the nail in the coffin for black folk. Because see, this nation set up its first immigration laws in 1790. It says this is an immigrant nation, and any people of the world that can pass for or look like whites can come here and get special benefits. They can come here and get them, but the only people that can't get it are black folk. And then everybody was invited to come here. And they maldistribute all the resources.
Blackout shortstop. Y'all see, this is making it official. So we ain't crazy. We ain't crazy. He's been said this. This is stuff he's been saying this, but we realizing it now. We know what he said, but now we seeing it in firsthand. Thank you to this man, right? Because we know that this is real. We on the right path. We moving right.
And they started out by putting most of the resources starting with the land, which blacks couldn't get. But let me go back to this.
Can I stop you just for 1 second?
Sure,
because I want you to take that further.
Okay.
So most progressives, to use that term, when they look at the policies of this particular administration that's in power right now, Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and the Congress, and you talk about DACA, the sense is that most progressives, most black folks want to do, quote unquote, the humane thing and make sure that those that are born here have rights and are not exported, and their parents aren't put out of the country. So are you on the other side of that argument?
No, what I say is, what I'm saying is that to do that, it is unjustifiable. It's illegal and unconstitutional, and it's the worst form of injustice you commit against black folk, because what you're violating is black folks' rights. But see, you cannot, see, the 13th Amendment, let's go back for a second. The 13th Amendment came into existence after the Civil War. Yes. It says very clearly, Rod, that it mandates that black folk be treated in all manners similar to whites in this nation. Now, but immigration's policies and bringing in immigrants only negatively impact black folk. It's not impacting anybody else. Black folk are the only injured parties by immigration. Then you go to the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says that black, and remember the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, those things were written for black folk. That black folk must have due process and equal protection under the law. If black folk are the only people being negatively impacted by immigrants, you're violating their 14th Amendment. There should be all kind of lawsuits right now raised by black folk. And then the Civil Rights Law of 1865 and 1866 said very specifically, Rock, that every level of government is mandated to use all necessary means to lift the badges and incidents of slavery off the shoulders of black folk. Now here you are bringing in all these immigrants over black folk. And here's what you do when you bring them all into black folk, because you do the same thing they were doing in 1790 when they brought in all these immigrants. You bring in million immigrants over black folk from Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Northern Europe. You brought them in over black folk. When you bring in immigrants, here's what happened. You got black folks that are branded. They don't get any benefits for living in this country because they're branded as being slaves. They get zero benefits. Now, they're not immigrants. Now, watch what on the other side. Now, when immigrants come in, watch the benefits they get. They go past black folk at 200 miles an hour to pass them. That's why in all these cities, in Chocolate City, they do better right here in Chocolate City. Now, they're underneath the immigrants. Immigrants, they come in the country, they get a point over black folk for being an immigrant. Blacks are the only non-immigrant. Two, all of them are classified as whites. The Arabs, Asians, Hispanics, they all been reclassified as whites. Even American Indians back in the 1890s became classified as whites. They get a point. That's the second point. They get over black folk in getting access to resources and benefits. The third thing they get the benefits for being put into a minority category. They're classified as minorities over black folk. Thirdly, they come in with a culture that they can establish a culture that they can now build businesses and industries and relate back to their homeland. And lastly, what they can do, they also bring in a religious aspect and business opportunities for their people. Black folk get nothing, and they can come in and take and dominate black folk. That's why right now, black folk have been buried as an underclass. That's why in this Black History Reader, you look at the second question, it'll show you that the last statistics that came out from the United States Department of Labor says that everybody's over black folk. Black folk have not moved one iota in 150 years. They're still on the bottom, underneath the society and outside of it.
You said something earlier in an answer where you said that you talk about native blacks. And so that clearly sounds as if you are delineating native blacks versus someone that comes here from Bermuda or Jamaica.
They've been talking about this delineation, fam.
Jamaica or wherever they may they may come from, that is black.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the purpose of that is what? Because you're on the surface, it would be like, hey, everybody here that's black gets treated a certain way. Why are you making that delineation?
That is an excellent point. You know why? Because you see, those people coming in from Jamaica or coming in from Africa, they have not been treated like black folk in this country. That's the first thing. And secondly, historically, they haven't had those historical experiences. They come in here voluntarily. When they come in here, they bring some cultural aspects from Africa. They can go back anytime they want. But the black people in this country have been exceptional people. Nobody's been mistreated, maltreated like them. Black folk are exceptional. They're the only people that came here forcefully. One. Two, they're the only people that denied their humanity. Three, they were the only people denied a right to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Four, they were the only people denied the right to participate in government. Five, they were the only people denied the right to vote. Six, they were the only people denied the right to have an education. Seven, they were the only people denied the right to have a business. Eight, they were the only people that participated in every war that this country has had since its founding, but whose mother country has never been against this country. All those immigrants come from countries where they fought America, and they came in. And the seven, that they are the oldest and most patriotic people in the country. Not the Confederates in the South. They're not the most patriotic people waving the Confederate flag. The most patriotic people in this country are black people, native blacks, because you see 99% of all those blacks have been direct descendants of slaves. They've been here before 99% of all the other people ever arrived in this country. They're
been here before all the other people have arrived here on this country. This is crazy, but shout out Shaqua, put this is crazy, but they're all on our land. But black Americans get treated the most. Yeah, they don't give us none of the programs, and it's crazy. Run the list. That's right. They gotta cut the check, man. They gotta cut our check. But let me let. I don't mean to cut his wisdom.
Special people. And because they're special people, they need to be recognized, appreciated, and reparated for what they've done in this country and building this country.
Bro, I always, and shout out to the veterans, everybody who served in the military. But definitely we gotta FBA should be looked at like that. Immigrants and everybody should be like, man, I thank you for your service. Everything that you know, your people did. We appreciate y'all service for us to be able to come to the country. Every time I see, one of our brothers that's, in the service, I always say, man, we appreciate your service. We need that kind of respect, bro, as a whole, as a people. Because a lot of people get the benefits and stuff because of us. And that's what we need. Everybody need to respect that. Like you said, it's something that needs to be said in my opinion.
They're the ones that built the bridges, the roads, cut the timber, the trees, and cleared the land, raised the tobacco, cotton, indigo. They're the people that fought to raise in every war to protect this country. The people coming from Africa or coming from Jamaica, they came here voluntarily. And the most important point on this is if you lump them with black folk, then you give the dominant white society a justification to say we don't owe black folk anything, because you see the blackness black people's blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly,
he said it's our history, like the Blackfeet tribe. Like we was using that word before, man. People always look at the word black as the color. Shaquille, what's good, brother? Salute, family. Yeah, man, I'm just another day with Dr. Claude, man. Hearing this is like, music to my ears. I'm back on that 14th Amendment lawsuit. Okay, yeah, definitely. We definitely got to get some lawsuits in line. We definitely got to do that. We can't act like we ain't doing that, but that's the best way to hit them. But dang, he giving us.
It is their badge of honor. And it symbolizes the indebtedness that this country has to them. This country does not have an indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They only have an indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Don't do that.
You are spitting fire. Let's keep going here. And I want to deal with
fire, but we can listen to Dr. Claude all day, man. My gosh, he's spitting fire. Black is all colors.
Some of the historical aspects of all of what you're talking about.
Okay.
But, something that is what is 50-year history, for example, is Martin Luther King's colorblind dream. Did his and the civil rights movements focus on integration and having the ability to sit at the counter with the dominant society and open up a lot of doors where there was obviously very clear legalized discrimination, to knock down those barriers? Did that take the focus off of blacks, whites?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And let me go back before you get to the back of what Martin Luther picked up. And see, and again, Martin Luther King and the civil rights leader, they did the best they could at that particular time. What they thought was right, but they didn't look far enough down the road.
Right.
And they got bamboozled and tricked. Because you see, the initial decision and the suit that was filed for what you all might call social integration, the civil rights movement, was filed in McClinton, South Carolina. And what those black folk filed for, they filed for desegregation. And what desegregation means, we don't have what Anderson talks about. We don't control those resources. We don't have any resources. And so what was happening in McClinton, South Carolina back in 1948, when that lawsuit was filed, those black kids were walking to school up dirt road in the rain and snow trying to get to school. They when they got to school, they didn't have the same privileges in those schools like in North Carolina. I was from South Carolina, North Carolina, where we spent the first week of school every year cleaning up old textbooks, old materials, and used stuff that was coming from the white schools. Yeah. Whites got all the new materials. They got all the fabrics and the tools, the machinery, technology. we got to use broken down. They had to fix it up, spend the first week of school with big erasers, cleaning up the books and putting tape on them. The white kids had swimming pools in their schools. We didn't have swimming pools. We used to have to go down and dam up the creek to swim. And so and then plus that, more importantly, the white kids rode the buses. We walked. And the worst part about it, that the state was giving something like about $12 for every white child to go to school, but only $1.50 for a black child to go to school.
Mm-hmm.
What the McClinton, South Carolina people were saying is that we won't have equal control of the resources that you began to maldistribute in the 1790s to everybody but us. We won't have our fair share of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they went to the courts, and it wound up going to the Supreme Court by 1954. At that point, what black folk wanted was to have equal treatment. Blacks had miraculously acquired a lot of communities.
Mm-hmm.
They had bars, white, professional football teams, baseball teams.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot. We had our own business.
Land. Lots of land.
We had some land there.
Yeah.
Baseball leagues, we had everything, bro. And they're not saying that the white businesses was going out of businesses. They wasn't doing well. This is why the all of these attacks came, because our businesses was thriving. Our baseball leagues, everything was thriving. We got talent, we got sauce. People want to see these people perform. Right. You said you thought we had our own books. Man, he had this. You heard him. He said he had to wash out stuff and use their books. That's crazy, fam. Powernomics, black labor, white wealth. And remember, all of them immigrants, I don't care what country you come from, to them, you're still considered white. Because they're going to give you you're going to get the grants. They're going to be preferable to you because they know you're not going to be with the FBA liberation. They know you're not going to be on that. So if we give you some money and put you in here, it's going to take away from black people.
By 1920, black folk had acquired about 20 million acres of land in this country that they had to buy. White folks didn't buy their land; they got it free on land grants. And so, when Martin Luther came along, what he says is that now, but NAACP triggered it by simply saying the best thing we can do for blacks in this country is eradicate anything that reflects blackness. Let's move now to let's sanitize everything. Let's get rid of all aspects of blackness. That means so they changed it to social integration. Social integration is a weakening process. But if I started putting cream in a coffee, I'm not making the coffee any stronger. I'm weakening it. If I put water in gasoline, I'm weakening it. So when Martin Luther came in, he picked it up and he started saying, what we want is to show white folk that we are acceptable, that we can be, and to take the focus off our blackness. And when that started, and they were successful, then the black leadership gave up and say, hey, we can't do it anymore, so we'll just go with what we call benign neglect and political correctness, which make black folk disappear. And that way nobody has to focus on the black issues anymore. And when Martin Luther took the focus off of black folk and put it on socially disadvantaged, then was twisted over and merged into and morphed into what you call political correctness for everybody. And so therefore they corrupted and distorted the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, those civil rights laws. Those laws were written.
Is that the great Shabazz that, I know you ain't the Shabazz, my reporter, but I hear I'm looking for you to host my unique Superior Court lawsuit and my patent. Okay. Ross Shabazz L. Let me see, man, because I got a Shabazz that's one of my big supporters. Let me see if that's you. I have to confirm that. But yeah, we can we with it. Look at the political members, mostly immigrants. Yeah.
Specifically and solely for black people. And that all these immigrants have no rights. There's no justification for it.
Okay, so we certainly have the luxury of hindsight now and doing not Monday morning quarterbacking, but 50 years later quarterbacking, So what should have been the focus to achieve a status for black folks that would have prevented 50 years later there being a permanent underclass?
Oh, Rock, you just asked, you always ask some beautiful questions. That's right on target. That what they should have done at the civil rights movement, say, first, before we do anything, before we start talking about social integration, let's go back and identify what was the primary purpose of slavery. What was the primary purpose?
Yeah.
The primary purpose of slavery was to classify blacks, strip them of their humanity, and to make them, classify them as 3/5 of a human being, and classify them as property.
Yeah.
And so, and therefore, and starting with property, that anybody can own them, they'd be no different from any other property. And that's why George Washington says that starting this new nation, the wealth will be embedded, starting first with land. And so George Washington said in that case, in black and owning property, George Washington says to give me 100,000 acres of free land. Thomas Jefferson said, if you give him 100,000 acres of free land, give me 100,000 acres of free land. Patrick Henry says, I want 65,000 acres of free land. Every white immigrant coming to the country could pick up 650 acres of free land, and then they get another 150 acres for every slave he owned. And so, and then the bottom line, the railroads picked up something like about 24 million acres of free land across the nation. Everybody got free land except black folk. And
if you just stop there, the basis for building foundational wealth
is in land. And see, and blacks couldn't even get 40 acres of land. Blacks couldn't get free land because land was property, and blacks were classified as property. So they passed things like fugitive slave laws, saying you are property. You're no different from the land. And they set up a thing called the American Dream that you hear all these politicians. The American Dream was anybody coming from any place around the world, from in the Middle East, from Asia, Africa, could come into America, and they can get what's called the American Dream. They're still doing it right now. That's what the DACA is. They're coming to this country looking for, and the DACA, the American Dream is unearned benefits. Slavery was unearned benefits. So they come to this country right now getting unearned benefits, but black folk can't get them. And that's how they go right past black folk. And it's illegal, unconstitutional, but nobody's raised that issue in all these discussions about it.
It's illegal, it's treason. So not only these people should be going to jail, but we gonna have to turn up on this. Because if we don't say that it's illegal, they're gonna act like it's not happening. But the fact that they come over here and say, man, y'all don't work hard, y'all don't stick together. They come over here and just knowing that they getting this treatment and just disrespect the people that let you come to the land. Shout out to Bryant, man. We went over his video yesterday. His video went to and everybody was commenting on that. They get the money, they get grants, and then they tell us, man, we don't work hard. Y'all lazy, like we ain't fighting. Like we ain't fighting this big system. Like we ain't getting towns burnt down, 200 towns burnt down or nothing.
Immigration. Nobody says that black folk are being negatively impacted. They got all these programs for immigrants.
Yeah.
When they go around and say, we're going to give immigrants Social Security, welfare, public housing, all stuff, but don't give it to black folk.
Yeah.
I had to start my business with no loan, no SBA, nobody giving us nothing. My partners that I know, they got businesses. I don't know a black person, bro, who got a business, who got a loan to start a business. My dad had a business. He never got loans, bro. He never had an SBA loan. My dad had a people business. He had a jewelry business. My mom had real estate business. Nobody that I ever known, like, they never had a loan from the SBA or the government. I don't know if y'all know that, but I don't know of nobody that said that, yeah, man, I had got a loan to start my business. That's unheard of in our community. But they giving it to immigrants. We thinking we got to start it. You see how out the mud we get it? We get all of our stuff out of the mud, and we supposed to get credited for that. Like, damn, y'all great. It's people out here that's getting grants and stuff y'all ain't getting, and y'all still standing tall. So we just gotta salute to what we're doing and keeping the focus on. But like he said, we are real special people.
I don't think we fully completed your idea of what the civil rights, what should have been happening in the civil rights movement.
Let me go back to that. So what the first thing they should have done was say, what we first want to do is go back and correct the purpose and address the purpose of slavery. What was the purpose of slavery? The purpose of slavery was to handicap a specific a group of people and handicap them and hold them while we provide benefits to everybody else. So what they first thing should have done is say, if this nation is maldistributed 100% of all the land, resource, businesses, income, privileges, rights, and controls of the government to the white society, that's the first thing we must address. We must go back and look at that and address it. And they never did that. Even when they came out of slavery, that there was no wealth. Blacks had no wealth. The average white person coming out at the beginning of end of slavery had 3,500 times more wealth than blacks. Black folk had never owned and controlled anything greater than 1/2 of 1%. That means that in present terms, Rock, even today, that hasn't changed since slavery. That right now in this country, we got something like about 500 to 600 white billionaires. We got over 500 to 600 white billionaires in this country, and I can take, and 2 or 3 of them has more wealth than all 44 million black folk put together. Black folk can't compete; they don't own and control any wealth. Everything from Boston to San Diego, California, all the land, resources, business, trucks, airlines, anything you name, it belongs to whites. Blacks own and control zero. That's why right now 38% of the black folk in America are beneath the poverty line. You got about another third sitting right on the poverty line if they lose their house or their car, and they can't compete. As a matter of fact, if black folk own such a small amount of wealth in this country, and if whites were to stop in racism tomorrow, and it would take black folk another 238 years to catch up with where white folk are today in terms of wealth ownership. 2 white men right now own more wealth than all 44 million black folk. How can you compete in a society where you own and control nothing? And the only thing they're giving you is things that are none.
But in the 20s, if you looked at our numbers, today's numbers, our numbers looked pretty, when we had our baseball leagues, when we was had land and we was had farmers and we was selling, all our produce, that was when we was like at our peak, and it all got burnt down.
Heritable. And it's like a real life monopoly game. If you don't own and control the land going around the board, you can't own the water company or the railroads. You own nothing. You're going to either go bankrupt or you're going to jail.
You've mentioned different times here when you even talking about going into the schools. What you did for the first week or whatever it was to clean up the old books that you got from that were hand-me-downs. And I went to a segregated elementary school, and yeah, absolutely. And I remember that we had the books that had come down from the school just up the street from where we were.
See, that's not right, Doc. Rock.
So, it felt as if there was a foundation at this all-black elementary school that was trying to lift us up with education. So the question is, has education been a equalizer for blacks?
No. It's been an equalizer for everybody but black folk. And the amazing part about that is that black folk right now hold the greatest academic achievement on the earth.
Do y'all know how sad it is? We got some black people that got masters. They got all of these degrees, bro. But they don't understand the gatekeeping that's going on in these industries, in these companies, in these, how everything is going. Everything is being gatekept, especially by the D9. The D9, then you got the immigrants gatekeep too. Okay, they gatekeep their, they try to get their people in. We already know the Caucasian people gatekeep. When people get something that's good, they gatekeep for their own people. So when you go out and you go get a degree and you go to school for all of these years, right? You like, okay, I'm gonna just go get a job. Let me apply. But now you understand that it's gatekeeping going on. So you done spent all of that time, like Claude said, we're the most educated people at getting all of these student loan debts, but it's not equivalating to wealth. because we still gonna have to get hired if we get that job. We still gonna have to go through a process. Now they're using education against us. Yeah, we educated. So it's like, man, you know how many people are educated, bro? They got these degrees and they doing other stuff. Yeah, rappers gatekeep. I just put that post on, man. You got 50 Cent and Tyler Perry is the new Hollywood gatekeepers for black people. They put people in position to gatekeep, to protect it. It's just like when I was growing up, I grew up, in the 90s when it was that crime bill and I was a little kid. You couldn't come on our corner where my grandma stayed. They gate kept they gate kept the corner, the block. Nobody, you couldn't just come over here and just say, okay, I'm gonna, get money on the corner like everybody else. They didn't do that. You had to be from around here in the neighborhood. We always gatekeeping our neighborhoods, but that's the same thing what they doing in real business, in the real world. And we don't think like that. We thinking, okay, we black, it's good, but yeah, 50 going out bad, man.
See, we're all doing slavery for 360 years, and I never hear anybody talk about this on the Fox channels or these white redneck conservatives say this. But the problem is that in this country, they talk about how ignorant black folk are. They never say that, yes, if black folk are ignorant, it was imposed ignorance that was imposed on them. Mm-hmm. For 360 years, it was against the law, Rock, to be caught teaching a black person to read and write. Yeah. It'll cost you 39 lashes and $100 to teach a black person to read and write. And that was all the way up to the 1860s. So in 1860, when blacks came out of slavery, you got to understand 96% of black folk in America could not read and write. But guess what? The immigrants coming into the country, the white people class, the white immigrants coming to the country, they had a 96% ignorant rate too, illiteracy rate. And so, but between 1865 and 1895, black folk reduced their illiteracy rate from almost 196% all the way down to 40-some%. Mm-hmm. And they did it by themselves, basically. They hold a record of achievement. Nobody in the history of the world has ever come out of slavery and be able to reduce their illiteracy rate by in half in 30-year time period. But what happened, the reason that it didn't benefit black folk, that by 1950, as an example, black folk never got the benefits of getting an education. There were no benefits to track their educational achievement. That's why white teachers were making 2 to 3 times more than a black teacher in the 1950s. In the 1950s, a black teacher with a college education, a law and teaching degree, he could only earn 50% of half of what a white high school dropout was earning. Mm-hmm. Because the benefits for education never followed black folk. That's why right now I got all these black folk going to school, Howard University, all the rest of the universities, coming out with master's degrees, but they don't master anything. They got a master's degree, but master nothing. And I see half of them working at McDonald's and Burger King and windows with college degrees because they don't have a community, they have no wealth base, they have no businesses, so they're still dependent on other people to use their education. And to use their education, the white society puts the value of that education. You can have a doctor's degree, but I'm gonna pay you what I want to pay you because you have no place else to use it. And consequently, the benefits of getting an education has never tracked black folk like it tracks everybody else.
And I have a rather explosive question to ask you. You touch on it, but I want to ask you this way. As we think about it, I do not know of a population of people that have been so taught to hate who they are and from whence they came as African American, as blacks. I'm going to use your term.
Okay.
Native blacks.
Right.
So there is hatred and distrust within the community. There is hatred of blacks. As an observer, more so than any other population of people by large societies of people around the world. Now, there are a lot of reasons, that hatred is generated in part because of how the culture is exported, mm-hmm. how blacks are seen through in so many negative ways through culture. So we observe all of that, but I'm asking you, the PhD, is for you to weigh in on why there is such hatred towards Black people.
Again, a good question. There are about 4 basic reasons why they hate Black folk. And a lot of it springs from our inappropriate behavior patterns to justify it. The initial reason why the dominant white society and other groups are against Black folk is because in their culture in Europe, that Black folk typified just the opposite of them. When people look in the mirror, people always love that which is closest to them, Rock. And white folk look in the mirror and says, we're whites and they're blacks in color. So therefore, what am I going to love? They're going to love themselves first. And they love, so that therefore whiteness became to symbolize goodness, fairness, angelical, honesty, everything you name, something that's valued. They valued white skin because they had white skin. Blacks, on the other hand, signified things are just the opposite. Things of evil, dirty, obvious, devilish, foolish, and ignorant. And so that was the first thing that began on Black folk. The second thing that began to handicap Black folk is once they enslaved Black folk, they branded them. Slavery branded Black folk because in those European countries, in the Asian countries, they had codes of conduct that says anytime somebody offends you or your family, you're a blind, or you have an obligation to defend yourself and fight. In Europe and in Asia, they had what's called dueling. You got out with the swords and dueling and fought it out. Or in the United States, in the West, they had shootouts, cowboys going out in gunfights because you defended them.
And Cowboys was us. That was the original name for us. Shout out to Call Dog for sending me that. I'm gonna do a video on that. That was us. That was our name that they had for Cowboys, and then they took that from us and made it like a American thing when it really was a black thing. But I'm gonna open up the chat, man, after this in about 10 minutes, y'all.
But see, Black folk never defended themselves. And what whites said in their psyche is there's no honor in being a slave. There's nothing, and so consequently, if you allow anybody else to enslave you for 460 years, we have no respect for you, no appreciation for you, we don't value you. And the last thing they did was say that now is that because you let us do this to you, we hate you because but for the last thing is because you're weak people. You spend all your time trying to get along with us. There was a white doctor in about 1850 says, in one speech, he says, a real racist white guy, he says, don't ever worry about Black folk. They'll never come after you or take up arms against you. All they want to do is be at their beck and call, to be a hand servant, to wait on us, to help us, to comfort us.
The most forgiving people on earth.
Most forgiving person on earth. He says, you're always forgiving, compromising, acquiescing.
Hey, we ain't doing that no more. But we're bringing the streets to politics, man. Where you people from, tax, we gotta gatekeep. It's crazy, but we gotta get back to that. In the politics, we too nice. It's like, turn the other cheek, all of that stuff, bro. Don't mix me with none of that no more, man. Give me that Tupac energy.
Guessing and going on kissing on people, trying to get along with them and being acceptable. And that's what happened with the whole civil rights movement. And so now when these civil rights leaders always want to beg and march and demonstrate and say, just please accept us. Let us come into your home, come into your school, in your neighborhood. White said, we don't have any respect for you. And one of my friends from the Bay of Pigs, hero in the South, in Miami, he told me the same thing. He said, reason, as a Hispanic white, reason we don't like to be around you is because you beg all the time. You never demand anything. And there was a white Asian writer for a newspaper in San Francisco. He told me the same thing. He said, Dr. Elson, I hate Black folk. He said, not because of who they, as a person, I hate them because of their attitude, their behavior. He said, why in the world they keep begging people? Why they keep begging people to get along with them rather than sit there and say, no, I'm not gonna do that and demand rights, respect. He said, I don't like Black folk. And I agreed. I said, you know what, you're right. Slavery would have ended, Rock. Slavery would not have lasted 1 month back in the 15th and 16th century if Black folks said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going for it. You can kill me if you want, that's fine. You lose some money because you bought me. But I tell you, if you try to enslave me, rob and rape me and steal my kids and deny me the resources and have a decent quality of life and my humanity for 300, 460 years, I'll die first and I'll take you with me and your mama and your kids and your house, everything else and your dog. But see, Black folk never stood up. And the worst part about it, and none of the African countries in all the 400 years of slavery and Jim Crow segregation, the African country, that's why I said don't call blacks African Americans. They did not send not one boat. They did not send one boat to America to rescue or to the Caribbean 15 to 16 million who have been enslaved and mistreated and slaughtered. Didn't say
because that's not their people. They don't know. All of that was a lie. People who killed the buffalo. Right. That's the reason, because it's a lie. If anything, just like our brother over there, Adonis, is over there in Romania. Everybody worried about what Adonis is doing, but we want to make sure he's good. You know what I'm saying? We care for our people that's over there. That's getting in trouble over the water. We will send for him. We'll make sure he's good. That's why they don't care about what's going on, because they have no connection with us, bro.
one boat.
We sit here on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C., and you
Oh,
speak
yeah.
in your book about
fact.
the unique and special history of between blacks and the District of Columbia. Tell us about that.
Well, the District of Columbia throughout history was always one of the big slave capitals. And all around all these buildings around here, the black folk built all the buildings in the first place. They were the labor that built all the major business buildings. But they used to have slave auctions right on the White House lawn and down the streets of Roby House, the biggest slave quarters, and over in Virginia where they were selling slaves. Washington, D.C. was a slave capital, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing was that in Washington, D.C., Washington, D.C. was the home of first blacks that even enslaved in the capital. They were in the White House as servants. And so over a period of time now, too, with slavery, Washington. At one point, I'm trying to pull up on it. Washington also was used and never used to. Ask me a question again, because I don't something slipped out of my mind.
No, just the special relationship between blacks and the District of Columbia.
Right. And see, right now, and when I came to Washington, D.C., as an example, to show you the difference. When I came to Washington with President Carter back in 1970s, at that particular time, it had been as it was all the way through slavery. I told you during the slavery period. Mm-hmm. Washington was called Chocolate City. Mm-hmm. It was the chocolate city of the nation. Mm-hmm. And at that point in time, the city was 78% black. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. 78% black. And now it's down to like 42 or 43%. Mm-hmm. And because you got immigrants and you got gentrification, where whites are coming back, taking over the city, you got privatization of the property. And so black folk has shrunk now from 78% down to about 42, 43%. And look what happened now. As they shrunk down, black folk now moved out of the city, moved to PG County. And in the city now, if I look at the wealth level of blacks in the city of Washington, D.C., since it's been privatized and gentrified, the average wealth, again, wealth is a key for survival. Mm-hmm. The average wealth of a white person living in Washington, D.C. is about $235,000. Mm-hmm. But the average wealth base for a black living in D.C. is $3,500. Because you're down to chicken change. Because black folks still confuse income with wealth. That's a difference. Mm-hmm. There's a major difference. You go over to PG County, all those blacks that left Washington sold their houses for chicken change and went to PG County. Look at what happened over there. Yeah. Over there, that you have the highest concentration of educated blacks in America living in PG County. You have the highest concentration of wealthy blacks in the United States living in PG County. Yeah. I go to PG County, guess who's gonna run all the businesses and all the stores? Immigrants. Yeah. And over there, the Hispanics who've been here less than 35 years now got 5 times the wealth base of blacks in PG County, where you got the highest concentration of blacks in the United States and the wealth. Educated.
So there y'all see, man. And I shout out to that. It's a brother from PG County that say that he be coming into the show. I think if he's still in DC FBA, was saying how like that's the richest area pretty much for black people. That's where a lot of our wealth at. Just pretty much because of home value and jobs. But other than that, yeah, the African prostitutes are charging half the price, 500 BAI, and you can get 2 of them regular price for 1,000 baht. I survived the last first fire days. Okay, man. Well, I'm finna open up the chat, man, so we can get to it. Though I want to see what y'all. But yeah, man, we already know that Dr. Claude is spitting the same thing that Control V. He spent the same thing that we was that we seeing nowadays. So it's amazing to see that. Like I saw on Facebook, rig system for real, man. Okay, Juanita. Shout out to Juanita Rose. He put that's proof it's an inside job. No migrant can do that without government assistance. Period. No, they can't do it at all, Juanita. Appreciate you. They can't do it at all. There's no way a migrant can come over here and build wealth. They want us to be going at it with them. Mad Dog William. Salute, brother. I appreciate you, man. Big facts. Yeah, man, we're gonna open up the chat. Salute to the family. Azure, what's good, family? Everybody tapping in. Yeah, we finna hear some FBA. But shout out to Claude, man. I hope y'all seen the whole we're gonna jump on to another subject. But he was saying the same thing that FBA is pushing right now. That's what this man is saying. So that was good. So we finna get to it and y'all talk. I'm gonna put the line in the chat.
I want to say around the topic of Black Americans and then immigrants. I'm seeing lots of videos from Black Americans urging Zoran Mamdani, new mayor of New York, soon to be, to not forget about Black Americans, because in his speech, and this is also something I noticed, he did talk about all of like a bunch of the immigrant communities in New York and how they built New York. And he completely neglected Black Americans. I'm not from New York, I'm from Massachusetts, but even here and all over the country, I have seen how local government always deprioritizes Black Americans specifically. Now, I don't think electing Zoran Mamdani was a mistake. I really like him, even though I will not benefit from his policies. I'm very happy he won, and I hope more people like him go up to become leaders in this country. But I also urge them not to forget or deprioritize Black Americans.
That's their job, though. See, it's like that's their job to do that.
The Black American experience is different from the immigrant experience, even if it's a Black immigrant, two different experiences. And on a statistical level, so this is data, this is not me making it up, Black Americans are deprioritized below immigrants. And that's not immigrants' fault. That is literally just how the system works. And because of that, I see so much division when it comes to Black Americans and immigrants, because it's hard to look past someone who's new to this country getting certain benefits or policies or programs that you have either needed or waited for and still have yet to get, even though you've been here your whole life. It's hard for them to look past that and see that what's really the issue is the system. And then on the flip side, what I see, and again, this is not me saying all Black Americans, all immigrants, but on the flip side, what I'll see are immigrants will come to this country and they will rise above the odds, which is amazing. But then they'll look back at Black Americans and say, well, if I did it, why can't you? Are you just lazy? And then that whole dynamic just pits Black Americans and immigrants against each other, which I hate. People need to remember that because of chattel slavery, it was Black Americans who were stolen from their own land and brought here. We laid the...
No, we ain't going for that. We ain't going for that. See, when they put narratives like this in there, it fixes. What's good, family? What's good?
What's up? What's up, young man?
What's good, man? You know we back at it again, standing on the business. What you thought about Claude, man? You been hearing about Claude Anderson? My life been. You there? Can you hear me?
Who you talking to?
I'm talking to you.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody else in the background. My bad, brother.
Yeah. You good? But Claude, what you how long you been on Claude Anderson? How long you knew about Claude? Dr. Claude, go ahead. How long you knew about Claude?
Who, Clark?
Claude Anderson, yeah.
Oh shit, back in the 90s?
Dang.
Back in the 90s?
That's what's
back
up.
in the 90s. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I'm old.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
I'm old.
That's what's up. But how you feel about what he was saying, man? Wish I
I
had a cam.
mean, I've been doing my work back in the 90s. We were Tyrese, but Tyrese was young. He was like your age.
Tyrese?
He was like your age. He bought that Henny Cutter stuff. I mean, Tyrese. You
Tyrese.
know who they claim to be the leader of FBA.
Yeah.
It's an echo. I don't know what's going on.
I don't hear echo. You hear it on the it's probably because you listening in, you talking at this. You might gotta turn your I don't hear no
Oh,
echo. Yeah.
but no,
I
I've
wish.
been knowing about that brother for a long time.
Man, he been standing on the business for a long time, man.
Man,
Do you put him up there with one of the greats?
he, I like what y'all doing because he was like he don't deal with feelings.
Mm-hmm.
He don't deal with feelings. He was
Right.
on that economics. He was
Yeah.
like, "This is what we need to do. This is what we need to buy. We need to take over our money."
Mm-hmm. That one brother. Yeah, we need to get that money together. You're right.
And I like that about him. He
Mm-hmm.
always been cool.
Yeah. He
He was
always
on a money tip. He was a gangster.
mm-hmm.
He
Dang,
was
yeah,
a
he a
gangster.
gangster. Yeah, he a gangster. Cause he talking like that. To talk like that, it lets you know he got no fear or nobody in this system or what's going on. He
But
don't
I ain't
care nothing
gonna
about
lie.
yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. Black people want to listen to him back then. They
They want
they want
listening,
to
yeah.
listen to him back then. I said, man, he on point.
Why you think wasn't nobody listening to him back then? What's up? Cause right now he's our guy. That's the guy who we like. That's the modern day. He's the modern day Malcolm X. You know, any big time.
I think I think nobody would listen to him back then because everybody was too busy to be rich.
Yeah.
And they were just thinking about the short term. They weren't
Mm-hmm.
thinking about the long term. Because everybody back then was like, nigga, how much money you got right now? They weren't thinking about what they make that money and spread it. And our kids,
Mm-hmm.
kids, 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 kids will have that shit.
Right.
Everybody like, no, I want the money now. So everybody went on the streets, start selling drugs and shit. I want that shit now.
Right. Mm-hmm. Queen put no one was listening because we were brainwashed with Pan-Africanism. Right, because back then wasn't nobody trying to hear what he was
Man,
saying. Yeah,
H2O,
yeah.
if you look at old tapes of me, you be like, that nigga stupid. I'll walk around with African Addians and shit.
Yeah,
Man, save Africa.
right.
Talking about save Africa. Not knowing they weren't our people.
Right.
I look like an idiot. If you look at the old taste of me back in the day, because if you know it or not, I used to be famous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I come from a long line of famous FBAs.
right.
My uncle His name is Tony Staple. So I'm related to the Staple Singers.
That name sound familiar. The Staple. Say that again. The Staple.
Remember Eddie Murphy movie? I sure dance doing the U-turn dance.
I don't remember that one, huh? Famous at the club.
The Staple Singers.
I don't
I
remember
come
that.
from a long line of famous black people from Chicago.
Right. Famous at the club. Okay. What they talking about,
I'm just
man?
keeping it real.
Right. No, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
You can go on my I know y'all young people like to look up people.
Beverly Hills Cop. That was the name of the movie.
Yeah. I know y'all young people like to look people up. Yeah, with Eddie Murphy.
Okay, called that one out.
Shirley Murdoch.
Okay, y'all know he ain't playing. That was too deep under the
You can go
spell.
online. You can look up Shirley Murdoch on my web page. That's my cousin.
What 10 bomb? Yeah, happy Black History Month, man. We got a couple more days in there with it. Oh man, we got a couple more days in there with
We
it.
ain't got no Black History Month.
Right.
We got Black History Year.
Straight
FBA History Year.
Straight up. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Let me grab this real quick. Lotus, you in the building. What's good, fam?
Hey y'all, hey Water God, hey Ankh. How are y'all doing?
Man, we doing good on this Friday night. We gonna call it
Good. I'm
Funky
scared to call in, y'all. Y'all know when I come up, just trouble, just come out the woodworks.
Man, for real.
You don't have to be scared to call in. You
good.
a sister.
Yeah, you good today, man. They ain't be. Listen, we finna start booting them out the chat. Hell yeah, I'm so grateful my dad giving me those golden legacies. Okay. But yeah, how you feel about what Clark was saying?
H2O, you had a good show tonight because I was listening to you and Black Alpha at the same time.
Dang, that's what's up. Shout out to Black Alpha. I try to get on after Black and after those guys just in respect with FBAs because I want, you know what I'm saying? Us to have that little momentum. But yeah, man.
If you can change your schedule to Thursday.
Change it to Thursday. What you mean?
Because I'll be watching both of y'all.
At
and
the
it's kind of
same
hard
time?
to watch both of y'all.
I'm gonna try. I try to put it after, you know, that's why I try to go a little later. I try to let Afro and them, you know, let them guys come in. But yeah, I gotta work it out. We're gonna work it out. I'm gonna work it out. Probably gotta talk to Lotus Ty about that. She do all of the modding for all of them, so work out a good schedule.
Hey, Water.
Yeah.
H2O, call Alpha and just let him acknowledge you and tell him to put you on your show. Let him acknowledge you.
I reach out to him. I definitely been sending them some information and stuff, and been getting some information from him. So yeah, we definitely gonna all link, man. But Black Alpha been holding it down. He been doing it for a long time, for real. I'm new in the game. You know what I'm saying? He a OG. Toot knee salute, man. But I like his style, man.
Hey, Water, tonight I've got to give you props, even though you're saying you're new in the game. To this show tonight, I really appreciated it. And definitely Dr. Claude Anderson is I'm a big fan of his also. My repertoire is I got like the books that he was showing. I got
Yeah.
like every book that he got. This one here,
Yup. Black Label, White Girl. Yeah.
this one here,
Mm-hmm.
this one here,
Mm-hmm.
and
Power Numbers. That's the one right there.
yeah. So yeah, definitely. I thought I'm a big fan of his, and tonight you really made me a big fan of his, showing something. I don't know if I missed that one with him and Rock Newman, but it really you made him shine tonight. So thank you for definitely putting him out there because he is one of the top ones that people are just people just overlooking him. So he's definitely up there with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. He should be.
H2O. How I get this echo out of my computer? I keep echoing.
You keep echoing. Okay, okay. I don't know why you may gotta turn it down.
Oh shit.
And all that. But yeah, Shabazz, are you was talking about you got something going. Go ahead and tell us about what you got. You got some lawyers and stuff going on. Go ahead and speak on that for us.
My situation is, how we done invented everything, and they are just taking it and taking it. We didn't, all of our inventions. So I'm a plumber. I'm a master plumber. Former plumbing contractor. But what I did is I invested into a patent, and I'm the inventor of the smart, healthy toilet seat that every time you sit on it, it takes your temperature, your weight, your BMI, your blood pressure. And so what we do is we turn your bathroom into your doctor's virtual office. I mean, his digital office, so that way, um, when like for example, Fitbit or smartwatch or all these other wearables that you wear, and then and also combine that with our smart healthy toilet seat, that all these things are taking your vital signs, and what we have is the app. And so what it does is it goes into the app of your smartphone or into the app of the smart mirror. And our smart mirror is a two-way patient portal, so you can consult with your therapist and your doctor. So that way, when we go into this next pandemic, they tell you to quarantine at home. Your bathroom will still be your doctor's virtual office where you can consult. You don't have to quarantine and stay home to die. So I entered into this program to, um, launch my company. And
Mhm.
coming through that, man, it's like the sharks came out, the predators, the thieves, the racists. And so going through that, I was like, yo, y'all just can't take my, oh, y'all got somebody who's gonna run it for me and do every no, no. And so that experience alone just went back to, like I'm property like Dred Scott. They just gonna take it
Mm.
and so I have to sue him and make sure that I'm protected. But it's really this court system is, I'm doing good, but it's something that I think it'll benefit us all to know how to maneuver better and how to deal with this and to be on game, on point, because where we're caught off guard, and they're the biggest thieves are the ones that's stealing us through the civil courts also, not just shafting us in the criminal court, but they
Right.
rob line in the civil court also. So I want to bring that to attention.
Right. Man, brother, that sounds amazing, man. How you got that, that seat to that
Oh yeah,
toilet. That sounds definitely like something that
a lot of interest in it. Yeah, yeah.
very interesting, man. So that's what's up. So where you at with that as far as trying to, get it
Um,
out to the public?
well, see, I have the prototype and the trademark, the patent, and I'm all dressed up, ready to go out, and then I get ambushed. Somebody trying to steal and take and refuse. You know, I was like, yo, when I was in the program, you refused to you're getting paid millions of dollars to help the underrepresented, underserved entrepreneurs in the city to make it. You know, I'm in Boston. And then so instead of doing what he's paid to do, and because he's got other launch pads, other accelerators, so he's trying to take mine and refuse to sign the NDA. And knowing that that's, you know, you have to be in compliance with the patent laws. If he don't sign the NDA, I can't publicize my designs and everything to him. Lucky I didn't, because I was successful in achieving my United States patent and trademark patent. And then so, but the blacklisting, the blackballing, the defaming, the discrimination, you know, he barred me from the program. And not only that one, three other programs that were lucrative for me to be able to attend and not to be left, you know, not dressed up, ready to go out. Now I can't do anything. And that's where they take advantage of us. They're still doing the same thing. Ain't nothing changed, you know, so we better get on code, you know, as he's saying, you know, Dr. Cloud Anderson, and man, right now it's do or die time, man. I see it right now. It's like, you know, Trump's there, the courts. It's we have to demand our our rights, you know, in court, and this right now, that's what they're doing. It's unbelievable. It's a lot more I can tell, but I won't go into there now.
Right, we ain't going to tea. But are you in our Discord?
Um, I got that. That's I mean, I'm a member and
You
everything.
remember, but we got a Discord where we, you know, it's behind the scenes where we talk about certain things that you definitely need to get into that. I'm gonna
Okay,
put
yeah,
it in the chat.
the HTTP that I can just log on to that on and
Yep, and it'll put you right in our group, and that's all the like-minded people. Because you need to come to us for help. We need to know that we have to help our own. So when we don't go out here and be looking for people, you know what I'm saying? That's how it all starts.
yeah,
If
yeah,
we would support our own, we'll have more security. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
So, but I appreciate you, man, doing that and putting that out
oh
and
yeah, oh
taking
yeah.
that initiative, brother.
Do or
That's
die.
big.
If you can't go to Mexico or China and fill out an application and it's gonna say bilingual preferred. Here our application says bilingual preferred for job openings and stuff like that. So that's very insulting, you know. Like, but anyway, yeah, I'm definitely gonna hit you up on that, the Discord, and definitely link up. It's we have no choice right now. It's unify or die.
Die. I'm glad you said that, man, because I'm pushing a movement. It's blackout shortstop, which mean is none of our dollars need to leave out of the community. And if we don't have a business there, we have to come together and put it there, like a corner store or restaurants, just like what a rapper did for Mr. Tetherism. We got to practice that so all our money, because I watched the video and I heard a Somalian woman say, man, here in Minnesota, I can go to my doctor, I can go to everybody, and I'm seeing a Somali
Mhm.
in a Somalian business. And that made me be like, wow, you know? So we got to get to that. We got to get to that, man. And I can't wait till we get on that level, but we on the
Def-
way. We definitely on the way.
Sounds good. Definitely, I'll be there. And you know, this right here, I'm. You know, it's like they made me have to fight. You know, and when because they try and take my baby, that's my product, my creation. I gave life to this. I got the patent. I own this. Is my property. And the way the disrespect, man, is just amazing, you know. So it's just time now, and we really have a lot of power that we don't even realize that we have, you know. Because I've been standing up to the Goliaths that what I have
Mhm.
had to doing. So let's, you know, still it's still the I like the say the model of the ants, the black ants, how they work together.
Together.
That model I think we need to follow.
Definitely. We got to get some principles out there. We got to get the principles on how we going to all follow together and what's those principles and put it down. I'm sure it's, you know, it's definitely stick together, but we got to we got to get them principles in our, in our mind, so we know what's the code. But yeah, man, we got y'all rules, man. Corey in the building. Corey, what's good, fam?
Shalom, shalom, family.
Salute, family.
Still here.
That's what's up, man. Give us your take on Dr. Claude, man.
Yeah, man. I'm just leaving the Alpha.
Oh, okay. Shout out Alpha, man. He holds.
Yeah, because I saw your thing came on, and I was like, oh man, it's at the same time.
What time Alpha went on tonight, man?
He goes on
7.
about five. He goes on about 5. Well, my time. I'm on Pacific Standard Time.
Okay. So mine is I'm 11:30 Eastern, so that's 3 hours. You Pacific? Yeah, that's Cali time, right, Lotus?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So 3 hours would be, what is
8
8:30?
p.m.
So he goes on from like 5 to 8.
It depends on if he's late.
Got you.
Yeah, I'm over here in the South Louisiana, so it was at 7.
Hey, so what's the time frame to hit on the chord?
The time frame to hit on the Discord?
Yeah.
So what's cooking, family? So what's cooking?
Monday at 10, I do a meeting. It's like a think tank where we go over, ideas, and we really talk about some execution steps. That's just one day a week at 10 we do that, but we can communicate all the time through the Discord. I'm gonna put that in the chat for you, man, so you can. I don't know if you've seen it, but
reach out to you and definitely be there at 9. I mean at 10. That's 10 p.m. on Monday. So
Eastern time, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Eastern, yeah. All right. Well, definitely. I'll hit you up on that when I got the information, and then let me.
We're willing to support you, man. It's people in the chat heard your idea, and we willing to stand behind you, man. We willing to stand behind FBA so this don't happen.
Hey, they want it must be what I have is very um interesting to them, for them to be going out of the way that they're going, and I would like for it to be our eventually nationwide empire, because everybody, it's like like I said, plumbing contractor. I done installed hundreds of these white toilets, so my toilet, has a college degree, so and it does everything, and it's got
your toilet got a college degree?
That comparable to these white dummy toilets,
right. Damn.
So
I gotta get me one of them, man. I gotta get me one.
Yeah, but no, we definitely. I'm looking to network. I'm
Definitely.
looking to network, build and plan, because I plan on building a network. So yeah, we definitely can talk, and I'm looking at because right now the other people can't be trusted.
Can't be, man, and I'm with you on that. I got a patent that I'm coming out with also, man, in water treatment, and I'm gonna release it once I put the patent down. But I got something that kills bacteria with just one unit, and there's so much other stuff that they got. But yeah, man, we need to be. This is in our blood of coming up with.
Oh yeah.
Things to fix problems and have it. We've been doing this for a long time, so it's like it's exciting, man.
Getting inventor right now, I realize and I see a lot. We Foundational Black America that invented everything, man. I mean, that's not even an understatement. We invented everything, So that's something that needs to be highlighted, and because they've already branded us with this negativity. But there's so much that we've contributed to the fact that, and we don't even realize that the American culture is our culture, and that they just right now have us whitewash, that everything that we create, they take it so quickly and whitewash it, branded like it was free. So that's what we have to do, is like delineate as as FBA, and so everything that is ours, and everything that we get so it's so like you don't have any um copyrights or patent or trademarks or nothing. Everything we create, they can just take it. But now
Mhm.
with delineation, it's we're demanding to have those things. And even though I have it, they're still trying to take mine. So this someone's raising their hand there.
Yeah. Let's hear what he got to say. What's up, man?
Yeah, I don't know if I got a bad connection or not, but a lot of FBA brothers, they talking
I
about
think he might be
things,
muted. But
and I
all
want to
right, well,
say that,
definitely I gotta take off. But definitely
Oh,
I'll reach out to you and everything.
I put the Discord in there, so go ahead. I put the link in there. It's in the chat. Okay.
Okay, yep.
they saying a lot of things, but
All right, Shabazz.
Okay,
Salute,
I'm
so,
man.
all
Go
right.
ahead,
I agree with the brother that was talking about we need to start planning our things again.
Yeah.
Because there's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that we ain't getting paid for. And I think a lot of
Take this
FBAs,
call.
we just looking for a payoff, and they owe us way more money than what y'all think. And I hate to say it, but I could be a naive old man. They owe us so much money, I don't think they're going to pay us. They owe us so much money. And I want to think like that. I don't
I
want to say
mean,
they're going to give our reparations. But
I
when you
mean, it's
think
just
about
like
it,
have
they owe us
somebody ever
so much money.
no, but listen, have somebody ever owed you money in the streets, right? Has somebody ever owed you money before? Huh?
Yeah.
It's from
Yeah,
yeah,
but they was
somebody
my family.
huh?
Yeah, they was my family.
Right. There was your family. So when somebody owe you the money, it's not rather about it's a debt that they owe. You know what I mean? So you still got to keep moving. It's not like you just saying, "Hey, man, the money you owe me, I'm just sitting on it. I'm waiting on it to pay my bills or anything like that." It's something that's owed. When I see you, I'm gonna ask you about it. We're gonna keep the pressure on you about what you owe me. That's pretty much what it is. We can't worry about if you're gonna pay it or not. It's just I'm gonna keep putting the pressure on you until you pay it. You know what I mean? Salute, Courtney. But damn, Shabazz just got the thing sometimes be kicking people out, but y'all can jump back in anytime. But they gonna have to
I
pay it,
believe
man.
the brother, he was saying he making a good point. The brother made a good point.
Yeah, he made a good point. Salute, Courtney. Yeah, it's getting defeated. Yep, he's defeated behind down. Bad. Damn, I think the chat must have booted everybody out. That's good. Let me read some of the chat. Let everybody get Ainswell. What's good, family? He put Capricorn FBA put we are going to get our reparations. This generation is real. Brothers gonna work it out. Yeah, I definitely believe they're gonna have to give it to us because we're gonna really put pressure. See, the difference is no pressure was really being put, especially we see with the political party. We ain't worrying about them to we're gonna put our own pressure. So I just think it's a different animal that they're gonna have to deal with, and it's gonna be better for them to just, you know, we got trees and we got a lot of facts that we pulling up. So a lot of people been doing some foul play. Salute. He said you snap talking about hip hop being receded. I missed that one, man. I missed that one in the chat. People actually think reparation is a benefit. That's what I'm saying. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's actually a debt that's due. It's like it's owed. So it's not like, they gonna pay it. Trust me, they gonna pay it because it's just different nowadays. That's just my opinion, though. Reparations is lunch money. I mean, depending on what it is now. But for what we're really owed, land and all of that, we can do a lot by just doing what we're doing. Blackout, short stopping, and getting on code. delineating. That's big in its own right there. That's gonna cut out a lot of money from a lot of immigrants. Like on March 1st, shoot, on March 1st, it's gonna be a where only black business, only not black business, only you can't be a green card holder and you can get loans. So you ain't gonna be able to do that no more. Lotus Tile, you Lotus Tile, you got booted out.
No, I booted myself because I can I'm starting to recognize when everybody is kind of talking over each other. It's not because we're trying to do it on purpose. It's because we can't hear someone else that is speaking. It literally cuts them out completely.
That's crazy. When it's
Yeah.
two.
H2O, I told you. I'm hearing echoes over here on my end. Not like last night.
Are you still
It's
hearing the echo?
echoes.
I don't hear no echo. Do you hear echo, Lotus?
I don't hear one. Not
Mm,
today.
yeah, that's on your end, man. You're gonna have to turn that.
I'm hearing echoes and I'm hearing people talk over each other.
He's
Mm,
hearing it because it's StreamYard. Like when he mentioned it, and then what's the gentleman's name that came in that was speaking on his patent?
Shabazz.
Shabazz, yeah. And he would Unc start talking, then Shabazz, but
Right.
Unc didn't see that child.
That,
Yeah.
that he was
I I
talking.
I I recognized it.
That's good workaholic in there. But
I have a
anything,
question for the sister.
huh?
I have a question for the sister.
Sure,
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you say what you was gonna say last night? And we want you to
Ooh.
infiltrate, be mayor or something, and then I'll vote with you.
Y'all serious about this infiltration, huh? You know that you said that. Check this out. The Black Caucus got a foundation, right? And they're grooming younger people to be the next congressional Black Caucus. Let me show you who they is so you know what I'm talking about. We may need to I'm gonna show you. And these are the people too that they doing. I went over this before, but they grooming their next. They grooming their next people. I'm gonna show you here. Let me show y'all. And this is who they are, so y'all know who they are and what they doing. But check this out. This is the new. He's gonna be the new Hakeem Jeffries.
Crooked
Paul,
leg Crockett.
yeah, Crockett. All of this. And they're coming. They're grooming them. Okay. Um. So we would have to definitely. You see him over here. They're coming. You know what I'm saying? They're grooming them and they giving them all of the same, like they do with all of the Congress people. So yeah, it's time for us to have to. It's time for us to have to check them. Who can enforce Americans' debt? We put yeah, man, coon grooming. Yeah, but it's gonna be hard for them. They're trying to have them push their old rhetoric that they've been saying, calling us African American. But it's a group of us. It's a big group of us right now that's on a whole new wave. But this is happening right now. These people are grooming these people right now. These young people to come into office and push the same rhetoric.
H2O.
Yeah.
Get on your mix board. You got a mix board there. Get on your mix board, turn everything off, and remix it. Because I'm getting mixes and echo.
No, ain't no mix board here. Damn, my bad. I ain't do it yet. Ain't no mixed board. Crockett leggings and Crockett was wicked. Salute, sister. Yeah, she was on it with Crockett.
Is I'm the only one getting feedback, echoes?
Yeah, log out and log. I mean, jump out and jump back on. Let's see if it fix it. Since she talked about, yeah, y'all rule is back.
Hey, sister, we need you to go in. We need you to be an FBA agent.
It's gonna be hard for her to be. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to get. It's. I mean, I think it's
I'm
gonna be.
perfect.
Huh?
I'd be perfect for the role.
You would be perfect, but it's like, man, to get in there is like, it's something we gotta think. It is a good idea, I ain't gonna lie, that's a good idea to do. But I'm telling you, they are really invested in giving people money. Kids.
We need you to be Crockett. We need you to be Jasmine Crockett, but we're gonna vote for you.
Jasmine could
Oh no,
never.
we don't want her to be Jasmine Crockett at all.
Yeah, don't say that.
Jasmine could never.
Yeah, don't say that, man.
Oh no. Oh no, just
Don't-
be you, Lotus. Just be you.
Right. We don't need no jazz. We don't need
Oh
that. But
no.
listen to that y'all said that. Listen to how good of an actor she is. Check this out. This is only a little short clip, but check this out. This is how you know how good her acting skills is. This is before and after.
First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. You know, no one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. Man, because these people, they are crazy, because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers, interns, all the things. Yeah, you ain't got to believe me. Just go Google. You'll find some of it. I'm telling you, and the wives is being messy and petty. They putting it in. First of all, is
Y'all see it? But use discernment.
Ew.
Use our
I
discernment.
forgot the name of the guy, but
Ew.
he did a history on Jasmine Crockett, how she grew up in Missouri, I think. And
Mhm.
the high school she went to, I mean, it was better than most college campuses.
Michael?
Mm. It was better than
And
most college. Okay.
yeah,
He put
yeah. Uh, and it was
I'm not
showing
hating
her
on
And
district.
Jasmine
she's still
Crockett
dumb.
because the reason why everybody hating on Jasmine Crockett because the white man wants us to believe all the black people are broke. All
Huh?
black people ain't broke.
What you saying? Ain't nobody hating on Crooked Wig.
No. Well, word on the
Hey,
street is that she's Haitian.
yeah, she got Caribbean descent. Let's play it one more time. Ainsworth said he want us to play it one more time. Let's play it in
good to see you in the new year. You know, no one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. Man, because these people, they are crazy, because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers, interns, all the things. Yeah, you ain't got to believe me. Just go Google. You'll find some of it. I'm telling you, and the wives is being messy and petty. They putting it in. First of all, is
So there you go, Ainsworth. You see the acting skills that she got, and that's what politicians is to me. They are great actors.
It ain't up to me to check Jasmine Crockett. The black women should check her. Black men stay out of it. Let the black women check her ass.
No, I ain't.
They
No, I'm
not
not
checking. A
discriminating.
lot of them not checking her. I'm gonna go ahead and say it though. I'm gonna say what it is and what it ain't. They're not checking her because these are the same women that voted for Kamala that want her in her position.
Hmm.
They're not gonna check her. They're not. Like we have to be honest with ourselves. A majority of our people voted for Kamala. They voted against their own interests. And
Mhm.
from the looks of it, they're going to continue to vote against their own interests. Like we have to keep it a being, keep it a buck, keep it 100, however you say it. But this is exactly what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. Maybe more women need to be vocal and speak out on it, but it's not many of me. It's not many of Kimmy's. It's not many little big mamas.
Right.
It's not,
Yeah,
so it,
I agree. I agree.
sad.
Sister girl
Well,
spirit.
from when I looked at last polls, it seemed like Tallarico was in the front now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Talarico is in the front. Yeah, I think he actually
yeah.
won. I think it's over with. I thought it was over.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
okay.
I'm not for sure, but I'm just saying, I thought it was I knew she wasn't gonna
Like
win
this.
because she doesn't have our base, and I mean, what is an immigrant gonna vote for? Is the Spanish people gonna vote for? Maybe. I mean, the Mexicans, but
They might. That's why
Well,
they're
it's just
going
showing
to.
that the lineation is starting to break the spell a bit. It's starting to break the spell.
yeah, it is. It is.
Well, it didn't break it enough because they still overwhelmingly the overwhelming majority voted for Kamala.
Yeah. But that's some of our
Yeah,
older diehard
yeah.
Democrats. Some of our older diehard Democrats is just gonna vote. They just think the Democrat Party is the black party.
Oh,
They
I saw the numbers that were broken down. It was everybody.
dang.
Everybody. The age groups were broken down.
Cause think about it too. A lot of women that are not like you and Kimmy and Little Big Mama, they're gonna be just it don't matter pro women. I don't care anything else. I'm gonna just vote. If she's a woman, I'm gonna vote for her. A lot of people gonna vote like that. And then you got the church. If you look at the church, the boule, they're gonna vote for the Democrat. They don't care. They're gonna be strong on the Democrat. The black Greeks, because Kamala and Jasmine Crockett is in the D9. So they're gonna get the whole D9 support is gonna support them. That's like gang. So that's just my opinion. What you think? Yeah.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Lotus, but we're
Mm,
in a different time now. Like,
mm.
because even though Kamala Harris had the numbers, she still didn't win. You understand?
Mhm.
This is a spiritual thing. This is a spiritual thing right now. You know what I
Well, she
mean?
didn't
Those that
win,
used to.
but that doesn't matter when we talk about the bulk and our people as a whole unto
Well,
itself.
Mama Lisa.
Overwhelmingly,
Yeah.
our people overwhelmingly voted for Kamala against their own interests. We're only 13%, supposedly, of the
supposedly.
population out of the 100. And so, of course, if most of them are voting for Trump, that's what's going to happen. But see, this is where we have to get our people on code and get the word out and exposing these frauds. And we also have to understand that some of these so-called black folks that are out here voting aren't FBA, let's be clear. These are the Caribbeans, the Haitians, the whatever Caribbean country they hail from, Jamaica. They're
Mm-hmm.
going to vote in the
Mm,
interest of their people. And you're seeing these people in office. You're seeing Jasmine Crockett. What was the lady's name? I think she was out in, don't get me wrong. I don't know if she was out in Florida or she's by way of Florida from her Caribbean nation that got caught in that $1 million fraudulent scheme.
yeah,
Sheila
Haitian.
Mafersoli.
She was Haitian.
Yes,
Sheila Mafersoli. Yeah.
yes. Who
Mafersoli.
else
Yeah.
do we have? Ilhan Omar. What are they all? They all have one thing two things in common: scamming and they are not of this nation.
Yeah.
Irhan isn't even an
Yeah.
anchor baby. She's not even an
Right.
anchor baby. Technically, her children are first generation.
Mm.
So it's about waking our people up. And I mean, I'm over it. I
I
have
think. Look,
fatigue.
I
I'm
hear. I
fatigued.
hear everything that you're saying on a technical level. On a technical level, I hear exactly what you're saying. But we also have to be honest with this. Also, we're not going to get all of our people. We're just. It's just not going to happen. So it's not so much about uh quantity, but quality.
Yeah.
If you understand what I mean.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, to
So
take us where though?
the shift, the
It's like,
shift, the
okay, to
shift is
do
here.
what?
The
Uh,
shift is here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, the thing is, the quality of the people that you have are the ones that's helping make the shift happen.
Mm-hmm.
This
Because
is
there's a
the
shift
same
here.
shift. This is the same shift that happened in the early 1900s. If we're gonna think about it, only thing that's happening right now is history is repeating itself. And instead of the and the difference is we're backing the Democratic Party, the people who have not backed us. When it's been the Republicans who have been in there passing laws in the 1900s for 27 years. I'm not saying vote Republican, y'all. I already spoke my piece about this yesterday. They're two wings of
Mm-hmm.
the same bird for me. I exposed
Yes.
that last night.
Yeah.
However, what I'm saying
I
is,
agree.
how in the world did we somehow jump ship from Republicans who abhorred the Europeans coming over here by the millions annually to
Mm-hmm.
in favor of the Democrats who historically have dumped these people into our nation by the millions annually,
Well,
even
remember.
went as far to pick
Well,
them up in their lands. And when they picked them up in their lands and brought them here, and they were brought and we were pushed behind the hire in the hiring line, and they were pushed forward.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that seems to change is that now that their numbers are low, now you see the DJT administration. What is he doing? Bringing over 4,500 Afrikaners per month. And how long is that gonna, for how many months? How long is this expected to last? For how long, and is he gonna, bring over more? Is he gonna double that number? Is he gonna triple that number? Is he gonna quadruple that number monthly?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm saying. So we owe no loyalty to any party. And we definitely owe zero loyalty to a party that has hurt us. It makes no sense. This is asinine. It's backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you keep talking about these Afrikaners that's supposed to be 4,500 a month, but the ones that they have over here are trying to leave to go back to South Africa right now.
And they're already replaced.
Carly was good. Yep.
They're replaced, and not only are they replaced, they have applications with them coming in, which is the number of 4,500 a month. You don't think they're already packed up and ready and waiting their turn? These
That's not going to
applications are
happen.
already in. These applications are already in. This is the done deal.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm seeing is that the Afrikaners they have here now are leaving. They're trying to leave now. So how can you
And
have
that's
people that's
fine. And they've
Afrikaners
been
that's here that's
replaced. They've
yeah the
been
ones that's,
replaced.
and I'm saying is the ones that's going to be replaced they're going to want to leave too.
Maybe not.
Mm.
What do you mean? These people are getting benefits.
What I mean, what I mean is that the one that's here that's trying to leave, and then they're getting replaced, and they're getting replaced. So what makes you think that the ones that's being
I think
replaced is not going to want to leave too?
I think you're speaking too soon. Who's to say that the people that are coming over after them are wanting to ever even go back? Who's to say that?
Okay.
We
Well,
see
think about it like
the
this.
Mexicans and the Venezuelans, along with the Asians that are coming from North Korea, South Korea, dropping the Africans too, dropping their passports and their tickets from their plane rides at the Texas California borders, all along the border. I've seen it. Their identification. It doesn't matter. They will be replaced. At this point,
Mm.
this is a this is a this is a slaughterhouse.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter. Oh, I want to
Mm.
go home. Boo hoo. We hate it here. I don't like it. You know, for whatever their feelings are. These black Americans, they not the Africans. They don't look like them either. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter. This is a slaughterhouse.
Mm. Yeah. She tell
It
us.
wasn't even that many of them. What was it? A couple hundred of them?
Yeah.
And out of like two, at least three of those families, remember the guy that unalived his entire family after they got here? They were here about 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they've already been replaced.
Yeah. They can't. They constantly. The first immigrant was white immigrants. They keep. It's it's different nationalities, and if we see these reparations, look at how many different people got paid and how much money got paid since 1865.
Hmm.
Okay.
Right.
You got inhabitants, the Japan got theirs from us, Alaska natives, Ottawa, Michigan. You got the Seminoles of Florida, and these are considered white people. This is nobody that's considered, you know, melanated or anything from another country. But we got from 1865 to present, we got slavery, Jim Crow, land theft, conviction. We got war on drugs, illegal incarceration, treason. We got a lot that you can claim. There's no way, right? We don't have a claim for reparations. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
From what they're giving out, I'm just going off of stats. Like, this is what they gave out for reparations, and look at this stuff. Even for what happened to Japan, y'all bombed them just like y'all bombed Black Wall Street in our homes. We got all of the same things that happen here, and we not getting the money. You get what I'm saying?
Do you see that?
Right.
I want to point out something.
Yeah.
So you brought this chart up, right?
Yeah.
So you have reparations, restitution, and settlements, y'all. Everyone, go
Mm-hmm.
ahead and, blow this up on your phones. So when you go over here, when you look at the names of these nations, and then if we're speaking about the people that were either native, indigenous, I consider us the aboriginals, but what do you see? Native nations.
Mm-hmm.
Ottawas of Michigan, Chippewas of Wisconsin, Seminoles of Florida, Sioux of South Dakota, Ottawas of Michigan, Klamaths of Oregon. Okay? And then that's for this soil, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's break it down again. Now, out of who are not from the soil, we see Japanese, Holocaust survivors, First Nations of Canada. You see, let's see, Japan for nuclear fallout, blah, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what they all have in common?
What they all have in common?
So they have in common.
They are under a different jurisdiction.
So you saying they don't have, like, these aren't people with birth certificates?
No. Absolutely not. Have you guys ever heard of when they mention they'll say something like they're two United States of America, right? And what I mean by that, there's the United States and then there's the United States of America.
The
Okay.
LLC,
Corporation.
the
There's the
corporation.
corporation, correct.
Okay. Yeah.
So there are two different jurisdictions. One jurisdiction is commerce, which is the jurisdiction of the citizens. The other jurisdiction is I'm having a brain fart here. The other
The corporation.
jurisdiction is no, it's not. Oh my God. It's
Is
the
it?
right. We'll just call it the righteous jurisdiction, okay? The
Okay.
righteous jurisdiction. And when you have these two jurisdictions, you have to understand that they're not fighting in a court of law in the commercial jurisdiction. Okay? The commercial jurisdiction is the only place, and this is going to answer some questions for a lot of people, the only place where lawyers can go into. And I'll explain it a little better. What is the Bible verse where it says, "Woe to you lawyers," right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. What is it, Luke or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know
Don't
what you're
get
talking about.
y'all know what I'm
I can't
talking
think of it
about,
off the
right?
top.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's move on.
Yeah.
Woe unto you lawyers, for ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye entered not in yourselves, and them that were entering into ye hindered.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So this is why everyone keeps asking, let's get these lawyers, and we need a lawyer. We've had lawyers since the beginning of time. And if they
Mm-hmm.
could do this, they would have done it, but they can't.
Can't. Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I hate to say it, but if we don't call ourselves by what we originally were, there aren't any
Mm-hmm.
reparations for you.
Right.
And I don't mean no harm. I have to tell
You
the
ain't gotta
truth. I
listen. You
have
can
to
give
tell the
your
truth. Look, don't cook me in the comments. But I'm just saying I have to tell the truth on that and basically break it down. And so
Oh
this
no,
is
I hear
what
what
it
you're saying.
is.
I hear what you're saying.
And I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to get too deep into that because that'll be for a private space. And I know this is what people were saying. No, go ahead and say what it is. And Unk's been dying for me to kind of put this out here. But I have to leave it right there. I can't say any more on a public platform.
Yeah, because you have to be in your proper name. It's just like the straw man argument, like when they put your name in caps and stuff like that. But that's not you.
No, I'm
That's
not
just
a
a
tether.
straw
You
man.
wish I was a tether. You're a tether.
That's Well, yeah, you ain't worry about them in the comments. Check this out. Let me
Yeah,
show
don't be
y'all what's the name
don't
them
be worried
in
about
the
that.
what Johnny Cochran said about reparations. I don't like it's the African World Reparations Committee, but check this out.
What happened? Well, Johnny Cochran figured out the numbers. He wanted $777 trillion worth of damages settled, okay? America is incorporated territory, which means all we got to do is sue. Build a case and sue. Look here. The Holocaust survivors got theirs. The Japanese Americans got theirs. Why can't we have ours? Shit. Johnny and his team already won a $1 billion discrimination settlement for black farmers that were discriminated against. Murder was the case that they get. What happened? Well, Johnny Cochran figured out the numbers. He wanted $777 trillion worth of damages settled, okay? America is incorporated territory, which means all we got to do is sue. Build a case and sue. Look here, the Holocaust survivors.
So, yeah, that's Johnny Cochran. He was fighting for reparations, and they definitely he got a brain tumor after that. But Unc, I seen you with your hands up. What's good, fam?
I just wanted to say that I think our beautiful sister, she overthinking it.
It sounds like the
And
same thing you were saying. You
she
said
overthinking it.
hold on. You just said on the thing. You said, man, I don't want to say. I don't think we getting it. You remember that? Dennis Sperling is on it too. I'm gonna bring him, but
I love her sister. She very intelligent, but she's making something that's simple complicated.
I understand where she was coming from. Y'all, what's good, y'all? Rule, go ahead, y'all. I see your hand.
I'm gonna interject this, y'all, because I see this more in a spiritual sense. We can
Yeah.
talk about the lawyers and the law and all that stuff. All that stuff could be manipulated. Doesn't matter, we found something and maybe we could use this or use that. It's just going to be given to us
Mm-hmm.
because we're just going through hula hoops, looking at the laws. All that stuff could be manipulated and mistranslated and everything. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just going to
Yeah.
be given to us because it says in the scriptures itself that we will walk out with great substance.
Yeah.
Or
The
like what
scripture.
happened in Egypt, like what happened in Egypt, right? They didn't they didn't need a lawyer or anything like that. The Egyptians when the Israelites were leaving, it was just giving their gold away. It was just giving away uh their substance to the Israelites when they were leaving. And that's the way I look at it because the
Okay.
law could be manipulated. There's always loopholes on top of a loophole, and on top of that loophole, under that, on top of that loophole is another loophole. You understand?
Yeah.
But this is why I talked about the two different jurisdictions. I named one into commerce, and then I also named one that was the righteous jurisdiction. You're speaking of the commercial jurisdiction because that is the only jurisdiction that most people know. So I'm speaking of two different jurisdictions, which I already broke that down. So that's what I'm saying. And yeah, ancient African king. No problem. You're welcome. I'm saying it to get people to thinking about how this all really works. So no, I'm not a tether. And note 4880. Who I am is who I am. I don't look like a tether. I don't have a tether nose. Okay, let's be clear. My face has been I've been on panels live. So people have seen me. So don't call me a tether because I'm of this soil.
Yeah, and
So
anybody coming in this chat, like we
just to
finna
clear that
start.
up
Yeah, no, I know, no, we
because
hear
people
you
always
say.
trying to take my black card.
Yeah, no, you said that in the chat, man. And is that's gonna throw things off. You just talked about all I'm saying.
Wait, Water God, are you?
Yeah.
I can't hear him. Can y'all hear Water God? I saw his mouth moving.
Oh, y'all can't hear me? Am I on mute? No,
I'm gonna
but
go out
no,
and come back in.
I can hear you.
no said that
I
all
can
I'm
hear
saying
you,
is
but I
we have
see Water
something
God's
real
mouth
strong
moving. But I'll be
going
back,
on
guys. I'm coming back in.
and don't need no distractions. But you calling people, oh, I think you a tether, or I think that's not that's causing a distraction right there because we talking about something. So you making it seem like we got a spot. Anytime somebody coming in our chat and they making it seem like somebody is a spy or agent and you don't really you going off of you going off of I think and you not coming with something, it's gonna deter us. So y'all gotta cut that out, bro. Y'all coming into the chat where this is the most powerful moving group of people that's really trying to do something on the internet right now, and you saying stuff that ain't really pushing us forward. So that's when we gonna, red flags come up with the people who talking. We thinking, why are you saying that? You can't, don't speak on with no evidence in the chat. That's a distraction.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Asking me for my black card, but y'all ain't asking Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, two more
Y'all
come.
not asking y'all's neighbors. Everybody y'all thinking who black, but wondering why they're going missing because they done got deported, but want to ask me for mine. That's
Right.
crazy.
It's almost impossible to explain without sounding bad crazy, but we're good. They was on the case before we fully understand what we're dealing with. Salute,
Hmm.
salute. Right, right. But this is what people come in our chat and they be doing, and they saying things, and it's just you coming in here saying something, and it's kind of just trying to throw things off. We gonna want to come back, and it's like I see this commonality thing that's going on with people jumping in our chat doing. So that's why in our
Exactly.
Discord we got a safe place. We're gonna start vetting, you know what I'm saying? Because we want to make sure we pushing forward, man. We really got moves we're trying to make. So trying to call people out without just coming on a live is just stupid to me. I don't know. How y'all feel?
Right. Do y'all think I'll be on a moderator for Black Alpha's channel if I was a tether? Come on now.
Salute, water God. Random drop. What's good, family? I like that name, man. Random drop. We got the drop.
H2O.
Yeah.
H2OG.
What's good?
H2OG.
Come
H2OG.
on, nickname for me. What's good?
I don't think she'll tell her.
Huh?
She may sound like Janet Jackson a little bit. But I don't think she'll tell her.
Man, ain't no tether. Look, ain't no tether standing on our business and coming in our spaces like that unless they start in chaos, So they not trying to empower and move us. So we ain't on that, man. That's just
Yeah.
somebody
I
coming
don't.
on saying that.
Why y'all on me? Y'all be on me
Look, my bad, bro.
daily.
Okay, he said my bad. That's he said my bad, right? Because we just trying to keep it moving, and he said it.
I'm
Salute,
not
though.
even speaking like a tether. Like, come on now. What?
Real. That's what I'm saying. I'm
I'm
like,
basically giving my people the sauce about how this system works. So,
mhm.
baby, I'm not hiding, I'm not blending. I look like
Homegirl, just
a
tell him what
Choctaw.
have you done
That's
for me
that's what I look like.
lately.
What you said?
What'd he say?
He said, "What
You
have
gotta
you?"
admit,
No, but
you
it's
gotta
good. It's
admit
good to,
on
to know.
H2O, she do sound like Janet Jackson or some shit.
Janet Jackson is a legend,
No,
man.
the brothers, but the brothers in the chat, they all have to understand. We have to look at it at all different angles. The logistics, the laws, the
Yeah.
spiritual. We have to look at it all different ways. Not to say everybody is right and or everybody is wrong. We have to look at different angles. That's all.
No, I'm with you. And that spiritual is what you saying. Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. It is a spiritual movement because we ain't playing, and it's not just us because I be speaking sometimes and I feel like it's coming from the ancestors. I don't even feel like I don't have a script.
Hmm.
I ain't thinking about what I'm saying. It's
Hmm.
coming out and it's coming out and people is like they feeling it. And I'm not trying to say it. It's just coming out. So like you saying, it's more
It's
spiritual.
coming out right.
Yeah.
Because think about it. Because like I say, when this thing started, no, it's not like we had a meeting or anything like that. It's just collectively we just said no, and ever since, and we're just sitting down. We're just not doing anything, and it seemed like the whole world is crashing on us,
Oh,
Right.
who is still
and we're
on
not
this?
doing anything.
They try to
Right.
speak like us. The accent is fake. Whose accent is fake? I
That's
hope
the
y'all are
same
talking
out.
about Jasmine, because it's not me.
I see.
Like, do y'all
Copeland,
see these agents of chaos in the chat? This is just
careful, don't
crazy to
allow
me.
anyone to enter because they try to speak like us.
Oh,
The
what the
accent
other
is
sister
fake.
saying?
This is crazy.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold
since
on. Maybe she's saying don't allow anybody to enter the yeah, we are vetting.
Don't allow.
yeah, but it says the accent is fake. So I'm like, are they talking about Jasmine? Because I'm just
No, no,
confused at
no.
this
I
point.
played a video where it's people in the Brits. They come over to
Okay.
America. They come over to America and they have an American accent. You get what I'm saying?
No,
But
she said mine. She said yours. Copeland Family 4469. She said yours. So
how
what
would
I
she
thought was
know?
correct.
Yeah. How would you
Copeland
know if there's a
Family. Um, my fiance is Red King Supreme.
it's a red flag?
Okay.
No, but that's a and no, she could be a false flag. Listen, anybody coming in here just trying to
You should know that.
do that,
You should know
it's
that.
already you can't tell me about an accent. You don't have nothing. Just like when he just apologized for doing the same thing she doing.
I
So
actually have an accent. I'm from
God, man.
Texas. So I do have an accent.
I,
But
I,
no,
no,
what
but the
I
thing is,
do is it comes
I get
out,
what
but
she's
what I
saying.
do is I speak clearly and with clarity. You know what I mean? So everybody's not on here having to speak a certain way or talk, you know,
Right,
hood or ghetto or whatever. I'm not going to do that. Then I'd be faking. Then I wouldn't be real.
right.
So, I'm just clearing the air. I'm not even
That's
bothered
it.
by it, but I see the agents.
Vetting is
So,
a must, but how she's making it seem is like I don't. That's what I'm gonna think. Age, I'm gonna think you're trying to break, but we definitely got a vet. But how y'all coming at people that we already got a relationship with and doing work with? I'm going.
exactly.
I'm gonna look funny at you because you're just saying something and you don't even have nothing. You just saying, oh, the accent. You just saying something on and it's not even making any sense to us. But
H2O. Let the
Yeah,
other sister
yeah,
WG.
come in
At the
and
same
say what they
time,
need to say.
I do get what she's saying because I've been on other FBA platforms and
yeah.
they've had, you know, tethers, trying to,
My face
try
has
to
been
hide their accent and
shown,
then.
okay? My
Oh, I'm
face,
not talking about you. I'm
my
just talking about
my entire
platform,
no no
other
no.
FBA platforms
I'm
I've
not
been
even
on.
a, I'm not saying it for you, y'all.
H2O. Let the
I'm just
other sister
adding
come in and say
my
what
Don't.
she got to
face
say.
is out there, okay?
Right,
What you talking
right.
about? You look like you from Louisiana. You got a lot of sisters that look like you down here.
Right.
That but then they end up saying that they're not. They end up talking about, because a lot of my family is from there. They end up saying that, oh well, they're not this and they're not that. But I'm looking
See,
on
yeah,
Homegirl's page, and she don't look like an African. I don't look like an African.
right. That's
So
why I
No,
don't
I'm
wait.
even
like,
like I'm doing that.
she looks like she's from the soil. And I
Listen,
don't even mean
right.
to get on looker shit, but clearly people are saying that because of my picture. But guess what? This is my picture taken from my phone. I also have a TikTok that has these same pictures on there.
Absolutely. Right, right. We
Sister,
don't
come
want to
on
So
get
camera.
You look like
listen, y'all.
this
you
is
look like you
crazy.
look like some of my cousins.
Guys, listen,
This
listen.
is crazy.
Yeah, listen, we don't want to get so far into that. We seeing what she's saying, but to have to get entertain this all the
Oh my
time
God.
is definitely
Sister,
is
come on
definitely
camera
throwing
and
Because
us
let
they're
us
off.
see
still
what you
on
are.
it. They're still
You
on
feel
it.
me?
Now I'm Latina. Now I'm Mexican.
Yeah, it's like to have to keep entertaining it is throwing us off. So if somebody want to do that and say, "Hey man, go to Water God check,"
You
and
know what?
say he have Puerto Rican and he gonna fight that and he gonna, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yes, we got people in the background. We got little
Yeah,
Big Mama Jones. We got Mama Lisa. We got a lot of people. Don Jeter. I got a lot of people that's standing on this movement and they're protecting our space too. It ain't just one of us. She's one of them too. We got a lot of people, extra lovely. It's a lot of
But I
people that's trying
can
to
time you out,
protect our taste.
we can't I can time you out. I'm actually a moderator.
Right.
No,
So
baby, you jump on camera. How about you come up here, Copeland,
oh,
or Copeland Family 4469. Go ahead and hit the link, sister.
time. Leader Boo, what's up, babe? Little
It
Boo said,
Lotus
doesn't.
tie. Lotus tie. With all due
I hear
respect,
y'all.
let's get back. Let's get back
yeah,
focused.
yeah, because
Let's
that's
get
what
back.
they be
No,
Let's
I
get
doing.
back
hear. I'm
focused then.
just trying to figure it out.
Now,
Like,
if she want to get on and speak her space, tell her I jump on camera. If
No,
she
it's
want
nothing
to
to
get,
figure out because a lot of these people come on these platforms to try to cause
yes,
confusion for something good that we're talking about.
that's
You
what I'm
understand what I'm
no,
saying?
saying.
I
Yeah,
see,
So we can't
and
entertain
exactly.
that
you're
anymore.
right. You're
Mm-hmm.
absolutely right. I see she has a platform with I guess 32 subscribers, but she's telling me to jump on camera. You're the one with the platform.
Jump on camera.
Right.
I
Put
Little
the
seen
Boo.
like I
FBA
Hey,
on
seen
camera, my
yours.
old ass. I'm
right.
on
Shout out
camera.
to Mama
Everybody
Lisa.
know who
Telling me to
I
jump on camera, baby. I've been
Right.
on camera.
No, I know what's right.
am.
Okay, y'all. Look, let's move on. Look, let's move on, man. Let that lady go. You know what I'm
Calling
saying?
me a damn Mexican. Don't
Yeah,
call
it's
me no Mexican.
Look,
Hell no.
I do want you to be camera up at times too. If there other brothers are on, is that possible for that? If that's how they move on this channel, not an agent. Okay, Little Boo saying she want everybody to cam up. I mean that's nothing to say. I mean,
let's move on,
I'm
please.
yeah. Let's
Let's move
move on.
on from this, please.
Let's move on. Let's move
Let's move
on.
on.
So
Let's just move on.
we'll
Now
be
everybody
It's
want
like
me to
this.
go to
It's
the
cam
like this
up
prime
when the
on
person.
men
every.
are
It's
on
like
here,
this.
they're not asked to camera up. But when I get on here, see this is what I'm saying. Every time I come up, every time.
Mama Lisa, we see you in the building,
Get him,
man.
mama. Get him, mama.
So look,
Get
we
him
gonna
up out of
go.
here.
Look,
Yeah,
it's
we
like
gonna
this. It's like this on every FBA
it is.
platform.
We
That's
gotta know
always
how to.
it is.
Yeah, we gotta
Yeah,
know
we
how to
just
move.
no, except entertaining it. Just drop them and block them. Let's move on. You
Hmm.
know.
Right. Agents of
Back to what we was
chaos.
talking about.
Back to what
And
we
see,
talking
this is
about.
what
Our
happens
So
when
back
you're
unity.
to what we
talking
was
about
talking
real stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not
our
talking about.
unity. Check this
Yeah.
out. I want to show y'all. This is how our unity. How people trying to break down our unity. Listen to the difference. How people see with our
Mhm.
unity with everybody else. Check this out.
where the Haitian woman was calling black people, what she called them, black, dirty black Americans. So I have a Haitian friend, and I'm going to get his take on that topic. One second. Okay, so this is my Haitian friend, Carl. He's from Haiti. So what do you think about the girl calling people dirty black Americans? You're Haitian. What do you think?
Why was she calling them dirty black Americans?
She said because that's what we are.
Look a little sassy to me, man.
Just to say it.
Salute,
I guess you
Rolo.
want to cloud. I don't know, but you're Haitian. Can you explain that? Do they really call us that?
No, she called y'all that. Just her.
Ernest Brad.
I've never called anyone a dirty black American. I don't know why she called black Americans dirty. She probably had a bad experience with y'all. As do
So
most Caribbeans do have bad experiences with black Americans.
have you ever had a bad experience with a black
Oh,
American?
What?
all the
But you
time.
don't consider them as dirty black Americans, though, do you?
They just I feel
Listen to
like
Be
this.
black
lying.
Americans lack unity. I feel like I can meet a Haitian of any age, of any from any background, and automatically when they find out I'm Haitian, they're protecting me in the room. Some way, somehow. They're looking out, they're making
Or
sure.
black people.
Huh?
Or black.
And check this out now. I'm from South Florida. We got a lot of Haitians down there. I just was down when I was down in Miami. I went to this 7-Eleven, right? I went to get gas. It was a Haitian lady at the she was at the counter. I went got my stuff and she asked me, I forget it's a way they say it. She was like, "Are you she didn't say are you Haitian? They say something else. Are you they said something else, but she asked me immediately. They got words where they ask each other because some of them can't really tell, you know what I'm saying, from a black American and a Haitian. But the point that they're saying is,
H2O.
huh?
H-
Hold on. Kind the point I'm saying is when they ask each other to know what each other is, they automatically click up and they want to, okay, I got you. So, but we seeing what we doing with FBA right now. That's the same similar way that we gotta be like, okay, all right, and it should be a click up. They don't do that You see how these people coming in our chats and they like, oh, you may not. It's like once them people tell them, yeah, this is what they say, ice in. Are you ice in? That's what they'll ask you. And if you say yes, it's like a big smile. If you say no, they just be like, it's just regular. Are you ice in? You
Gotcha.
ice in? So what I'm saying is this is breaking up how people coming in are and trying to discredit is not even the way how people, you get what I'm saying? It's
Right.
automatically it's automatically hurt. Now I'm gonna get past that, but that was just a part of this. But go ahead, go ahead, man.
Hey, let's have some organizers going on here. You see them holding my hand up. Let's be organized. Okay, I don't believe she's black because why would the hell a black woman will ask an Asian what you think what we said about you? This is fake.
I kind of feel you on that, though. I kind of feel you on that.
But I think what he's saying is really how they feel, though, for real. You get what I'm saying?
Who knows a black woman for the interview a Asian? You say, now you think we say that about you? This shit is fake.
She never said she was Black American, though. She never said she was FBA or
That
nothing.
bitch ain't black.
Right, but she never said she was, though.
I got a mixed baby.
Lord Jesus.
I got a mixed baby. She look more black than her.
You got a mixed baby? All right, well, but our unity. I want y'all to speak. Hold up.
About a Hispanic woman, and she look more black than her.
Right, but speak on our unity.
Hold on.
Forget her. I want you to speak on the point, the unity point. That's the whole point of what I'm bringing this up. How do you feel our unity is, and how can we get stronger unity? That's what I want to get y'all take on. She said the 40 is giving her phone.
I think I kind of gave my opinion yesterday. Y'all, were you gonna say something? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish your thought, then.
I forgot it now. Go ahead.
I'm still gonna tell. Well, you know how it is. Like you have so many thoughts in your brain, and you're just trying to focus on like, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. I said, I think it's more about the quality more than quantity thing for me. Because you don't need to have everybody uh, uh, on point, because I think that's when it gets confusing. It's just certain people. To me, certain people, especially in our people, have certain powers, and when those certain powers unite, it's more stronger than the collective. If you get what I mean. Did that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's more okay. I'll give you like a story. All right, you know, like that movie 300.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all seen the movie 300, right? With Spartacus and everything like that. It was taking on the whole world with only just 300 people, and they almost won.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that there are just certain people on this earth that's been here that the Most High has ordained to just take care of stuff for the collective. Like when Moses went up against Pharaoh, it was just him and Aaron fighting for the collective, and it was just two of them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I was saying, like with Jeremiah, he was just one person, but he fought for the collective.
Mm-hmm.
What you call it? Not Solomon. King David.
Mm-hmm.
When he dropped the giant, he was just one person, but fought for the collective.
Right.
You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Yeah, yeah. I get exactly what you're saying. Not my Corey, this
So it's
celebrity.
not it's not so much everybody needs to be on point. Just certain people just have to be on point, and
Right.
things get
Yeah.
moving.
No, I'm with you. You right. You right on that. You right on that. But we was talking about with the other brother. He was saying how he got a patent he trying to put out. What's some of the principles do you think we need to tighten up our unity? What's some like we may have to come out with our 10-point principle rule or something like that. I want to get y'all take on that. What's some principle that we gonna have to push that's gonna make our people be more unity where we stick together, unified. Not all at once. Go ahead,
Oh, I'm sorry. I just raised my hand because I'm trying to keep it civilized. um, I've been studying religion my whole life. I was in. I grew up in a Christian family, and then I went into Nation Islam. And what I figured out, oh, they can break it down to religion. If you just naturally be yourself, FBA are God people. FBA never needed religion. All we gotta do is just be ourselves. They say study religion because we are religion. You could be a Muslim,
Mm-hmm.
you could be a Jew, you could be a Christian. All that studying I did and just realized all I had to do was just be FBA.
Mm-hmm.
So every religion has something in me that my mama had. Christianity, Islam, you. My mama already
Mm-hmm.
taught me to obey God before I even studied that shit.
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I feel
Well,
about religion.
I think we had a very important conversation. Wait, no, I'm trying to interject. Is anybody talking
No, no, go ahead. Go
right
ahead.
now? I'm
No,
so
go ahead.
sorry. Okay. So we had a conversation amongst us a few, what was that, like 2 shows ago? Remember, and we were talking about the Greeks and then, religion and um, basically how the dominant society were the ones who funded the HBCUs. Remember that conversation and how deep it really got,
Mm-hmm.
and how we were speaking about religion. I'm just bringing up that point. I won't get into it, but I'll just say this. I I do like to use educate like works like books, Bible, whatever it is, as an educational work for those purposes. And there are a lot of quotes, there are a lot of things that I do find that we can hold true to go by as
Mm-hmm.
a sort of blueprint. So I'll just say this. I think one of the most important, um, I guess, quotes, I guess, when you're, when reciting a work, I guess. Um, and I don't know where this comes from, but I just remember it says study to show yourself approved. And so just
Right.
coming from the educational aspect, because we have basically been in these indoctrination camps within their school systems, their public school systems, and learning their way of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And,
Right.
testing to their standards and, all of that jazz, right? So I really feel like I think in order maybe to get more on code, we need to re-educate our minds. We need to re-educate our people on our own history, and our contributions. And I think we really need to dive deeper into that.
Yeah.
And I think that could be a good first step. And I think at that point we can be quote unquote more on code or kind of move as one.
Facts.
I agree.
Agree. Public food system called out. Salute,
Mhm.
salute. Extra Lovely says she just woke up.
Extra,
Okay.
extra.
Shout out to Extra man sending all the
Now back to
information.
what you were saying, WG, about a plan
Yeah.
on how to stay on code, or what you saying? What you?
Yeah, we need a code to stay on code. We need to know that, you know what I mean, the principles to stay on code to know how we gonna unite and stick together. Cause that's what I mean, it's more breaded in these immigrants to more come over here, stick together and kind of gatekeep us out. So we gotta start doing that, learning that and that, keeping that same because they breed us to be individuals, here more than sticking together. But we fighting a lot too. I mean, we
Well,
want to
I
be
think
community. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go
I think
ahead, y'all.
it's more of it varies. It varies from city to city, state to state. You understand what I'm saying? Because they have
Yeah.
some areas like over here where I'm from, is
Mhm.
very community based. Everybody knows everybody, cousin know cousin, all that stuff. Now, let's say if I go to Chicago, maybe it's more a little bit individualistic than it is in Louisiana. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you. I'm
So
with you. Just like
it's the different mindsets of all the regions where we all live in. You know what I mean?
yes.
So how can we find a way to collectively be on the
One
same
accord.
course,
Yeah.
one accord? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Teaching
You
our
mean of a
children the cheat
religion
code.
or
No, no, not
I'm
religion.
sorry.
As
Okay.
far as um, how we view things outside of where we live individually. Because like what I do here is different than what you do over there in California, or what WG does in Florida. You
Yeah.
understand?
Yeah. Mhm.
It's like we're
Everybody.
together, but we're not together.
Right. And I really want us to
Because
be
you
together economically, economically in putting our money together and making sure like, okay, I got you. Okay, you FBA, I got you. This is what the Divine Nine does. They gatekeep. That's why I count Kamala Harris and Fannie Willis, they was on the same team. Fannie Willis, they was on the same, I think they're the same sorority, but she was able to go after Trump. You know what I mean? It's like that same I got you is being done in different areas, that we don't see. I mean, we see it. I seen it in my neighborhood as far as when, in the drug area. You couldn't come in our neighborhood and stand on the corner if you wasn't from the neighborhood. People would be like, who is this guy? You couldn't,
right.
things are gate kept in our community, but we don't do it as a total and everything. So that's what I'm saying.
Let me get on
Go ahead.
them sister girls for a second, if y'all don't mind. Let me go on right on in. Hold on, hold the line. So first of all, Fannie Pack Willis came into the courtrooms with her dress on backwards. Okay? We know before Kamala became whom
Hmm.
she was being passed around industry. She's industry puss at this point.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we need to basically hold them up and say
Hey, Sister
and
Simone.
pedestalize these women in a way where they
Hey,
didn't
Simone.
get that way. They didn't get where they are. Oh,
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay. They didn't get where they are by simply being themselves. They didn't get where they are by just simply having being knowledgeable. You know what I mean? So I don't want anyone, any of our young sisters to think that at all. And CalDOT called them political floozies. Exactly. Exactly. Like, we need to bring back shame at this point. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm using diplomacy today because I know I was on like 100 yesterday a little bit. So definitely using a little bit of diplomacy today, but in so many words, I just wanted to say that and keep it cute.
All right, go ahead,
Hey, H2O.
Yeah.
Somebody in your chat. Let me tell you what I do for a living. I'm an FBA technician. Somebody in your chat got their TV on or another channel with your mic on. That's why we hearing the echo. Somebody need to turn their shit off and just concentrate on what they're talking about.
Well, nobody hears it but you, though,
Well, I don't know what the
Do
hell
y'all
going
hear
on.
echo? Do y'all hear
I
anything?
rebooted and everything. I don't got no TV on, nothing. So why am I hearing an echo?
Somebody
Chill,
probably
chill,
watching Water
chill.
God. Somebody probably watching Water God TV in the other room where you at.
It's StreamYard.
Check the
It
other
has
room.
Come from the other TV.
Check the other room. Check the other rooms, man. They listening to you. They want to listen to what you saying. Let me listen to what Unc out here saying on Water God TV. Man, check the room, Unc. Shout out.
Yo, WG.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, I don't think we need to write that. I don't think we need to put down any principles.
Right.
Those principles are already in us right now. Right now, because like I'm serious. I'm just going with the spirit right now. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, like you don't write nothing down. You just whatever you feel is just coming out, flowing.
No, I write stuff
I think
down, but when I speak to y'all, it's just it's not rehearsed. It's coming from it's coming from the high, it's coming from the most high and the ancestors. That's just how it's coming out. I'm
right.
not, trying to set it up. That's all. But I do write stuff down and take notes. I ain't gonna say that now. But I'm not
Okay.
reading
My
off of
bad.
nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Because all I'm just saying is that we just right now. Let's just take baby steps right now. Right now is the delineation right now, and whatever the spirit moves us to do, then we'll do.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like what Ames will always saying that we doing everything right now. We not trying to be, we don't want to have no leaders. We want to have a code just speaking, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to really come at us, and that's a good way. That's a good defense for us right now.
Exactly. Like the whole saying goes, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So, because like I know we tend to overthink things sometimes, and we feel like we have this need to have to do something, that we have to do something. No, it's not that time right now.
Yeah.
Do nothing.
I do feel like we need to stop spending at these companies, and we got to get out. Like I was just talking to Kiki, who do my hair, right? I was telling her that, man, Black women our FBA women need to get the products. We need to start making our own products that women are purchasing. Hair product, anything in beauty. It should be no reason why you should ever spend your money with somebody that's from a whole nother continent on your beauty products. That's embarrassing. I mean, everything, little things like this, and going to these corner stores, getting this stuff. It's like all of this stuff got to stop. We need to have us in place where you got to know to spend your money with us. It's no longer acceptable. You are really off code to me if you ain't doing this. It's like I'm gonna be like, you know what? I'm not gonna like it. I ain't gonna like it if you just really just not understanding where we at in the time right now. And that's what I want to push to people. Look, that's where we at right now. You can't be spending money on products that's not from your people.
I mean, that's part of the delineation.
Yeah,
that's part of it. I mean, for me,
Agree.
my reasoning with the delineation means delineation. Period. Don't marry any of them. Don't be friends with them right now. Don't uh date any of them. Don't spend in any of their places. Don't buy any of their products. Don't go in any of their stores. Delineation means delineation. Period.
With your money too. Yeah. Delineate with that money.
Big time.
Delineate.
Big time.
Yeah. For real.
Yeah, because
But
I come to find out, the guy that owns Essence also owns the shea butter products and all that stuff. He changed the chemicals in that shea butter, and that's how come a lot of our sisters that use that stuff started losing their hair.
damn. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's getting wild out here. Like right now, did you hear about the African Union supposed to be coming over here next month?
No, I didn't hear about that. Enlighten me.
Yeah, that was off Alpha's channel. The African Union is supposed to be coming over here to put in a petition about save slavery being a gene old Sid,
Mm-hmm.
and they put in the petition with the I think the World Court or the so one of them uh one of those organizations over here in New York.
Mm-hmm.
So what they trying to do is trying to get reparations for what happened to us.
They were denied. They were denied that
Yeah,
by the
yeah, but they certainly but they circling back around now. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Trump had denied them, right? But they circling back around again.
no, it wasn't Trump that they went to that he was denied. They were denied by the people that acknowledge A drip and undrip.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I ain't know about that.
So at this point they're yeah, they're just scattering like roaches right now, trying to figure out what they're gonna do. Like yeah, it was denied. They can't claim us. We're considered what they were trying to consider us what region 6. But yeah,
Region 6.
it was denied. Denied. Access denied.
Yeah. I mean, even from, the brands and the type of whatever brand you win, you know what I mean? Like we gotta understand that that's the delineation. We got 2.1 trillion a year that we need to tap into. We don't have the people don't want to hire us. You go to these, they don't want to bring FBAs on their squad. So that's the defense mechanism that we're using. We're using all our dollars for good use right now. So that's the message I think we got to put state to state, city to city, and we got to, put everything in play. Then we can just black out everything. That's the goal. To where we want to talk like that Somalian girl was talking. I wish I could. I'm gonna probably find that video where she said a doctor, she don't have to see nobody outside her lineage to do anything. And
Man,
that's what, yeah.
if there was some way we could convince our people just to give $1, like once a month, like say like yes, once a month I'm gonna give $1 collectively to uh to FBAs, and we could set up an account
To the
with
free, yeah, like a trust account. Yeah. I get
yeah,
what you're
right,
saying.
yeah, something like that, and we could be able and just by doing that we could support brothers like that brother with the toilet seat and stuff like that. And there's other brother they have out there in Chicago, I think, that that transferred gasoline out of plastic. He called it plastiline.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Support all black communities and stuff like that just by giving
Yeah.
a dollar. Because
Yeah, because that'll
if
be like
everyone,
50 million. Yeah, that'll be like 50 million a month. Let's say if everybody gave $1 every month, that'll be 50 million a month, right? And with that
Mhm.
50 million, we could definitely do some things, but we would have to definitely be wanting to make, generational wealth with that. That's 50 million. We want to do something. I would think, the institutions that we need to set up businesses where we spend it. That's the
right?
best thing. So we all have everybody gonna have work, everybody gonna have some and we can generate money. So me, that would be the first step I would do. I would want to set up all the businesses that we need, all of the health, the hospitals. What would be your first step? Let's say you the president of the fund and we getting $50 million a month. What would be I wanna hear all of y'all. What would you do?
And the thing is, and that would help us bring in our FBA minds that's strong in finances, that's strong in um uh being lawyers. Get some that's strong at being engineers, some that's strong at being this and strong at being that. You could be able to fund those things that could help us collectively just by giving $1 a month.
Um, I would say that that funding needs to go towards opening up our own institutions to train up um, doctors and lawyers and to teach,
Hmm.
our youth and basically retrain their minds. Um, that's what I would think first and foremost that should be done because 2/3 of my people will perish. That's another that's most of
Yeah.
everyone. So and
Hmm.
then if we add the what's the other one? My people will perish for lack of knowledge. So we
Lack of
have to
knowledge.
re-educate um our minds because earlier Potter got mentioned like, yeah, everybody can't go, and that's absolutely correct. But it's like literally you're looking at, I called it earlier the slaughterhouse, but we're literally looking at our people, if we look at it in a sense of cattle, right? We're sitting up here and we're
Hmm.
the cattle, we're the ones stopped by, and we, we're basically like slow down, and we're just literally watching everybody go over the ledge into their own demise. And so that's one thing that I feel that we need to do. But that's just kind of my perspective. I do come more so from the educational standpoint of things. And I think that is one of the places that we should start. What do they say? Each one teach one?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
And,
Okay.
and to back up our own vocation, our vocational institutions, because we're gonna need plumbers and electricians, carpenters. You know.
Yeah, most definitely. We definitely gonna need them. Brother Random Drop put my first step would be to gather all investors together to tap back into that money. Okay, okay. And
Inventors or investors?
investors, he said.
Inventors.
Yeah,
He said
fertility doctors.
Okay.
Yeah, feel that.
okay. Maybe I missed what he said. Okay, but then Zaza put we really need more MDs, OBGYN, and fertility doctors because FBA women are at great risk in dying giving birth in this country. Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm. Midwives. I
definitely.
agree.
Mhm.
So,
I believe that we should go back to that, to the midwife.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they're allowed like
They're there
what
though.
I'm
Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah,
yeah, what
yeah.
I'm seeing now, one of the new things that I'm seeing now is you know, there's still a risk even if you're giving birth at home. And so what I'm
Hmm.
seeing is, the nurses, I don't, I'll just keep it cute and short. The nurses, they may be tied to like a specific hospital, as a midwife, and then they do their midwifery. And so basically, what's happening, what they're allowing now at a few of the hospitals that I think probably all of them now, is where you're able to come in to the hospital. You're in a different wing per se, but still like, near the mother baby wing of those who aren't, those without a midwife, and basically are able to still give birth um, in a hospital setting, but the rooms is set up a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still able to just have your midwife there. And if something happens to go wrong, or where you need a little extra help, that is there as well. So I'm seeing that as well. um I don't know if anybody has any experience with that, but it would be great if we can set up our own institutions to basically mimic that in a sense. And that would be really wonderful. Um, to basically have, doctors and certain specialists there, basically kind of like on standby, if you would say, and then everyone can kind of go to a centralized location or, at home. But I just think that would be really amazing, especially knowing that one of the first FBA hospitals in Houston that was closed for about a decade or two
Mm-hmm. You
is
said that.
opening back up. Yeah, the
Yes.
very first FBA hospital.
Dang, let
And
me pull that
so,
up. That's big. Yeah, that was
yeah.
Yeah,
big.
yeah. Now we talking. Now we talking. All right.
Yeah, because it's
Use
being
that big
opened back
brain of yours,
up.
loaded.
Hmm. The Black Hospital in Houston, right?
Yeah, yeah. I put the link in your Discord. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
You got it up?
I'm finna look for it. It wasn't on.
Hold on.
Let me pull it up. Maybe. Oh, you can put. Can you put the link in the chat, and I can pull it up real quick.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, but that was big. Lotus found it's in Houston, the first black. But we need to open that. But I did a video explaining how um our brother Yahweh Awakening has clinics in St. Louis, and he's kind of big on the health and getting people cured from a lot of things. So that would also be a good thing to have him set up because he's deep into it. Let me pull this up. Lotus just sent it in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we could commit to $1 a month and get all the people with different skill sets, that's
Hmm.
masters at what they do, then we'll be able to pay them and bring them in to teach others
Right. I
to
think
keep it going.
that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We really need that. We really do. And that'll be another way to basically keep it to where um, you know, either free tuition in a sense, you know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
So,
Hmm. And then, like, if we have some brothers and sisters, that's kind of struggling or whatever, hey, boom, hey, don't worry, we got you this month. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah. Shout out to Unc. Said, how can we mimic something that when we FBA was the first? Okay. 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 I always support Unc
Like the
right there.
blueprint, the blueprint is already there because we had brothers that was doing this stuff before. They destroyed them,
Mhm.
destroyed the towns. They were doing this before.
Yep.
We
Yep.
just have
Yep.
to get back to the
We just
blueprint is
got to get
already
back
there.
to it. Yep. They already did
Yep.
it, but we got to know how to protect it. Um,
Yeah.
that's the big thing. We got to protect it. But check this out. This is the FBA's first hospital. Let's get it.
In the heart of Houston's third ward, a building that once cared for a community is coming back to life. The historic Riverside General Hospital is being restored to open its doors again after being closed for more than a decade.
The hospital represents more than just...
Hold on, let me pause real quick. Call dog, what you said? This gonna be the topic on Monday for what? Elaborate for me. The hospital? Just put it in the chat. I'm gonna let this go.
Bricks and halls. It's a part of Black history. ABC 13 reporter Sarah Al-Sheikh walks us through the building and down memory lane with one woman who spent years of her life there.
Yep, this is it.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
It was an old building. It was very old. It was very old, but I enjoyed my days there.
And yet sometimes they can leave you speechless.
Enjoyed it. Enjoyed it.
For 92-year-old Dorothy Booker, these images, these pins,
these badges were awarded to us for being a volunteer.
Take her back to a place where she dedicated a decade of her life.
I'm proud to be a part of something that started in my life, advanced in my life.
We'll do that.
That I was able to help somebody.
Miss Booker says in 1980, she started volunteering at Riverside General Hospital in Houston's 3rd Ward.
I was going to help whomever was there, the nurses or the doctors, and just be available if you needed us. And we did a lot of service with the children and with the patients. They send us in to do whatever could be done without a nurse or a doctor.
This building holds many memories for Booker, and those memories hold history.
Being able to go and service and help the Black doctors, because they didn't have any white doctors over there.
The hospital was originally founded in the 1920s as Houston's first hospital for African American patients.
Initially, it was called Houston Negro Hospital. It opened up in 1926, and as a result of a group of African American doctors, a group of Black doctors were petitioning the city for a hospital to serve African Americans because they could not service their patients in the main hospitals in Houston because it was a very difficult era in our history of segregation.
Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis says over the years, it offered medical services ranging from inpatient and outpatient care to substance abuse programs.
For months now, Riverside General Hospital has been dealing with some serious problems.
That was until the hospital closed its doors in 2015.
It became a drug rehab center, and there was some Medicaid fraud issues that led to the closure of this. And it was boarded up, abandoned here for a long time.
But we are revitalizing and restoring this hospital that will be service-oriented.
But now there's hope to breathe new life into this building. Harris County Commissioner's Court approved a plan to acquire and repurpose the hospital.
This is where the original windows were.
A roughly $200 million investment to renovate and reopen this space, bringing with it a variety of wraparound services, including the Access Harris County program, which connects people with transportation help, food and financial assistance, and housing and shelter resources.
These historic buildings will be used for outward-facing services, for AIDS counseling, immunizations, giving people advice about sexually transmitted diseases. Our Access Houston package of services.
It was a concrete beams and columns.
This space and its history.
The floor that you came up, that was the original.
Close to Ellis's heart as well.
Look, this project means a lot to me personally because Oliver and Elijah Ellis had a precocious baby boy here on April the 7th, 1954. I'm that little boy then, much bigger boy now.
Making this project all the more meaningful. Ellis says the plan is to reopen on the last day of Black History Month.
And here in the shadows of the largest, most prestigious medical center in the world, there are many people who don't have access to health care. So this facility, this building will be a part of that package to give people who can afford great health insurance like we have, that they too ought to be respected and can come here for services.
That service,
I loved every second of it.
ultimately a big part of Miss Booker's life, from a certificate honoring her hundreds of hours volunteering to the shirt on her back.
The uniform that the volunteers wore when we were there.
How does it feel when you put it on now?
Well, takes me back to when we walked the halls over there.
Halls she and others will get the chance to walk down yet again.
I will be there. I will be there.
Reporting in Houston's 3rd Ward, Sarah Alshaik, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Okay. All
Very
right.
That's what's up.
well.
That's what's up,
All
right?
right.
Yeah,
So
but
And say
oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
no, go ahead, Lotus.
No, it's just really great to see that this hospital was revived. You know what I mean? And so I'm really just proud of that. And I know I can't really say much of anything without, me getting some type of pushback. And that's just crazy in itself. Um, but yeah, when I mentioned that earlier, I meant mimic the system of midwifery in the hospitals. We know that the midwives go to homes, but I'm saying for those moms who are with child that are, have complications. So it's not safe necessarily for everyone to do this in a hospital, but they still are able to have that, but still have that ability to have that access to a doctor and surgeons if anything goes wrong. And I'm just saying this as a mom myself who has experienced complications throughout an entire pregnancy. Um, so I just wanted to put that out there. I literally lived in the hospital for months. So I'm just saying some people may feel safer that way. And then, and still have the comforts of not necessarily being at home, but the comforts of not having, a bunch of oxytocin running through your veins while you're trying to bring your baby into the world. So that's all I'm saying. So it's not safe for everyone. So we are in modern medicine. So we also have to understand this aspect, and especially the aspect that um, um, Black American women, FBA, a lot of us give birth prior to the 9th month.
mm,
And it's, it's a pretty
like
high number of us that go through this.
you mean C-sections?
No, not even just C-sections, but just complications.
Yeah, but check this out. This is what I want to complications, because we are letting our enemies do things to us. So it's like
Yeah.
we have the most problems in the hospital because we're trusting somebody that is not supposed to be trusted at all.
Mm.
We have too much
Exactly.
issues with going through them for us to even like, and I found that out with my father. Like now, if I would have been more on, and I already felt like that, but it's just now it's concrete. It's like we have to go to people that really care about us. It's just like with buying
Exactly.
food. It's like with everything. Nobody likes us. We don't have allies. So that means we can't use their services. We can't. We got to
That's right.
build our own stuff up. Or it's like life or death right now. You get what I'm saying?
And
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
is just that. It really is just that. And um I mean, this would be perfect. And so this is an FBA hospital here, the very first one in the nation. And can you imagine if we had, these locations just, plopped into different areas, of where we are, where we're heavy at, you know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
so that's all I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying about it. At the end of the day, if you want to have, if it's conducive to your family for you to be able to have your baby completely at home with the midwife, that is amazing. For the moms who need a little bit more help, um, any FBA hospitals like this would be amazing for them to still be able to have that safety net of doctors and specialists while they're giving birth as well. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. It has to be
I hear
lineage
that.
based on, yeah. Go ahead,
Right.
yeah.
Well, the way I look, well, I look at it like this too. We're the blessing, right? So if we keep blessing each other, there's nothing that can stop us, right? Just like with this delineation, right now we're blessing each other just by delineating with each other, right? So if we could do this, find some kind of way to spread the word about donating $1 in y'all perspective areas, if y'all can find people FBAs that y'all could trust that's good at finances and all that
Look,
good stuff.
we gotta do everything ourselves. I'm pretty sure somebody is, but we gotta have smaller groups, and we're gonna have to have it set up. We gotta have a hierarchy, like here in our, like we gotta have it to where it's structured, because to just try to get everybody, like we gotta start with our group, right? Then we gotta
Right.
have other people to say you off code if you are not in a group for liberation. That's not how we do business. So it's just that has to be pushed. And then I think once we all have that, I think it will be better. But we're gonna have to start, because a lot of people aren't. We gotta be the influence that they see doing it. It's like when you seen the Black Panthers and they seen them boys on the streets, everybody wanted to be Black Panthers. My uncle they
Right.
used to tell me stories like when they seen how them boys was handling business, everybody wanted to do it. You get me? That's what we need out of FBA. We gotta set the
Right.
trend. We gotta do it, and then it'd be like, dang, look what they doing. Everybody gonna follow us. They're gonna be like, okay, let's do it. Let's do it like this. Just how this FBA movement is growing. The same thing. We're gonna do the same thing once we start, putting our principles in place.
So maybe we could put it out there. So starting with
We're
your
gonna do it.
platform.
No, we're
Alpha,
gonna do it.
A.
But we can't. It's hard
I'm
for
with
us
it.
to get
I'm
50
with it.
million people. You get what I'm saying? So we can do it, but we gotta set up, like Call Dog said, let's set up the trust. We're gonna set up the trust.
Okay.
We're gonna do it small, and we just need to work with who we got. The willing soldiers that's
Okay.
ready to ride right now, and we gotta start from where we at, and then we'll grow from there. You know what I mean? We can start small, and
Okay.
then
Yeah, I'm with you.
boom, boom, and get there. Because 50 million is big. I wish we could get everybody on board like that, but that's gonna take a lot of trust and a lot of results. We just gotta show some small results. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm sure everybody will be on board. Go ahead, Lotus.
No, I agree. I think, we can, as long as we start, and if we can start small, then that's great. We don't need to take 30 years to open up a hospital or a school, you know what I mean? So,
Right.
and it
Yeah.
really doesn't take,
Yeah.
all of that. I've opened up my own, and I didn't need, donations and gifts and all of that, from anyone. So, if we can get that, that's great. But it's like we have to start, and if we start, then people will start seeing, and then they'll start investing in what we have going on, in order to put more established hospitals such as that around. And so, I mean, I think we just got to start somewhere. And if we can get a few doctors on board, a few nurses on board, that can, I don't want to say volunteer their time, because, as a nurse or a
Yeah.
doctor, it's really hard to volunteer your time. But if, whatever we need to do to get this stuff going for our own people, so that we keep our own funds within our own communities. They do it. They have their hospitals named after them, Jewish hospitals, um,
Yep.
Methodist
But the thing is,
hospitals, all of
but
that.
that's the
You know
thing
what I
though.
mean?
We have to stay on it though. We have to stay on it. It has to be FBA only. Only.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
That's the key. It has to be FBA only.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not hard.
No outsiders.
Yeah,
No outsiders.
and that's not hard, because no outsiders don't deal with us. I mean, we're not everybody, to be real, in America, it's already clicked up. You get what I'm saying? We don't got no
Mm-hmm.
friends. You get what I mean? We don't really got
Yes.
nobody. We do got cosplayers, but that's like on on an influence level, on a big level. But as far as grassroots, we really all we got, bro. Ain't nobody teaming up with us. It is some Chinese and black restaurants that I seen as teaming up with. I'm not for that anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to be a
Yeah,
bearer
I
of
ain't with that
bad
either.
news, but I'm not with.
Mhm.
We got to have something that's fully ours, and we control it fully, because you know how that how that fine
How that
print.
goes, yeah.
Yeah, so I
Because
ain't
really,
trying to.
because like a lot of movements that we've had in the past shows that every time we started including other people from the outside into our enclave, stuff gets
Mhm.
crazy. We have to stay on that, and I don't care. I don't care if it's 100 years from now. It has to still be FBA.
Yeah, the most definitely got to be us. Um, but yeah, y'all, that's the first thing we're gonna do. We got to set up that trust, and then we gotta like just be small, man. We got probably like 70, 80 people in the Discord, so it's like, oh, do we got? I think I like 60 the last time I checked. But yeah, I mean, we can start small, start with something small and minute, and by the time, man, I think we will be. We got enough smart, educated people that had
Yes,
success in a lot
yes,
of
we do.
things that it's no reason. This is peanuts. This is
Yes,
peanuts, man.
yes,
You know what I'm
you're right.
saying? So
Yeah, it is.
yeah, we just gotta trust each other and know that we're gonna all put in something to make it grow. And once you get a good group of people together, every time I got some people together, man, great things always happen. I never had a group of people came together and we did something and it was like it didn't expound. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mhm.
I agree. I agree. And hey, you guys, if you don't think it's realistic or you don't want to, you don't have to help. You know what I mean? It's cool. It's fine.
No,
We're
that's
just
all
throwing
code.
at least we're
No, that's all
talking.
code. Yeah, if you
That's
don't
all
help,
cool, though. That's
if
all
you
cool.
don't help at
I'm
all,
s-
No, that is all cool.
you might as well go with the you might as well go over there with the traders, the sellouts, in another culture,
Real
because
talk.
I
Because
don't want it.
it's not like we're asking for a person's
No,
paycheck.
yeah,
It's
I
a
ain't
dollar.
doing that no more. Yeah, I ain't doing that no more. If you not standing on code
Mhm.
and business, I don't. You don't need to be around the people. If you're not trying to, something got
Well,
That's
to be
if
right.
happening.
Haiti
You got to
needs
be
a
trying to come together.
hospital, the Haitians can do their own thing. This is Mr. B Dog. Okay. Goodbye. There we go. Goodbye.
He said, "Make it plain. Call in, brushing brass. What you mean, make it plain, man? Maybe you can
Burnish
help out.
brass.
Yeah, yeah.
I keep hearing you
Come on
saying,
in,
make it
brother.
plain. Make it plain for me, because I mean, it's complex coming from the ancestors in the Most High. Queen Glamazon.
I thought it was just as plain as you could get.
Yeah, but maybe it could get a little plainer. Maybe he knows something more simple, like get the trust. Let's come together. We're gonna start small. That's a good make a plain as it could get right there.
As plain as it gets.
For real. For real. B dog, go to hell.
Yeah, we always had our yeah. I mean, well, that's where he is right now because yeah, he's banned. Um,
Hospitals.
He's banned.
yeah,
He
got kicked
done
up out of
booted.
here. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Wait, who's that?
Talking about Haiti needs a hospital. Well, Haiti can build their hospitals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Haiti could do their own thing. This has nothing to
Like
do
we're
with them.
not worried. We're not worried about detractors and agents of
Yeah,
chaos. Like, I
That's
mean,
what
we're
they
not
do
worried.
though.
What is it? What is it they not getting? We have delineated.
Mhm.
We don't. FBA only. Period.
Facts.
yeah.
But they gotta
Oh
hear the
no, we don't
sauce.
want to
It's
hear
like,
that. We always had our own.
it's like,
Yeah, we
they gotta hear it because it's like a rock. It's like it's like a big they got it's just so much influence that we got that it's like they're stuck on. Look, I was getting my hair done today, right? And she showed me that it's a channel where they playing all African in their like they got the African songs and they rapping and they singing, right? But if you look at how they dress in their codes, and if you put it on mute, you would think that it was Americans how they was dressing. The same style how we dress, how we wearing our watches, our chains, our hair. It was like everything how we do, they were doing
Yeah.
it. And I'm like, man, I remember when they used to wear the what's them things called? Where match the front and the top, like we always
Them
used to see.
kente cloth, that
Yeah,
kente
the
cloth.
cloths, yeah. Like that's what I know Africa for. And like now I'm seeing this chain. They had the wicks, like how we wear them in Florida. They had it was just like so much. I'm like, man, this is crazy. If you put it on mute, I wouldn't have been able, I would have thought like, but you could tell they're trying to be like they from America. But that's my point. We have such an influence, bro, that I don't watch. I don't watch people from other countries. I don't care about the music. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't
Yo,
listen to
yeah, real
nothing.
talk. Real talk.
Yeah. I don't do that, but they do it a lot. Everybody from other countries, they listen to us, they watch us, they are fascinated with how we move, how we talk, our style. So it's like we can't understand it, you know, but it's there. It's like a definitely I don't know how to call it, but it's there that they watching us harder than we watching anybody else.
Them to get
You know,
us
y'all trip me out with the things that y'all say because, like, where I live, where I'm from, we don't get to see that much. It's either Creoles and Cajuns that live down here. You understand what I'm saying? We don't bump
Yeah.
into Haitians, Jamaicans, and Trinidadians and all that stuff. The
Mhm.
only other group that's out here is like Filipinos and Mexicans, and I don't see much of them at all.
I'm sorry, I didn't grow up with none of that. I didn't grow up around. I don't know where all of these Caribbeans are coming from that, but I didn't grow up around them.
I did.
I
I
didn't
grew
grow
up
up around
around them.
Africans. I didn't grow up around
Yeah,
any
I
of
don't know
those
none of them.
people.
I
So
don't know
I'm
those
just
people.
so confused as to how they're talking so much crap about FBA when it seems like they've only been in what, like Florida? And so I'm just really
In New York,
confused.
In New
Right.
York. But check
Tetherville.
this out.
Tetherville.
They was not disrespectful to Black Americans. Like us coming up in school, they'll tell you that they was getting most of the, you know, because we did that with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like it was white. Like when we grew up around different type of ethnicities, we were still the sauce. You know, it wasn't like we were still the ones. It was just they was all around watching, mimicking, and copying the styles. You know, we would give them swag, give them advice. It's the same thing, but they wasn't talking down on us or anything like that. If anything, it was us that was the ones that was more, you know, a little bit, you know, aggressive. You know, we had the aggression and, you know, everything going for us, but it wasn't like what we seeing in this month. It was not like that. It's not like that in Florida. They not, you know, they was being very respectful. They wasn't disrespecting the FBAs and none of that. So I don't want y'all to think that just because they was in Florida, like they was just like it wasn't like that at all. It was very, they were very humble and respectful. You know what I mean? Coming into the
yeah,
country anywhere. If you go anywhere that you're not really there, you don't have much of a, you know what I'm saying? Say, but as they got
yeah,
older,
yeah.
they were wild, but it was never a problem with ethnicities. Like it was never like Black Americans against Haitians or Jamaicans against Haitians. It was never nothing like that, but we had the dominance, you know what I'm saying, in the communities. You know, they wasn't as dominant as we was still. So it's crazy that y'all say that, but I grew up around, you know, I grew up, even though my neighborhood was strictly Black, but outside that
hmm
neighborhood, it was, you know what I mean? It was a lot of different cultures.
Well, like, well, I say that because, like, okay, like maybe in New Orleans they might have a more of a concentration there, but like all the other cities in Louisiana, I wouldn't know an African would be slapping me in the face.
And I'm trying to
You know
figure
what I'm
out where
saying?
they came from. I'm gonna keep it a bean because all of a sudden it's like I went back home and it's a bunch of um people from the Indus Valley, you know, like Arab type. It was a bunch of Africans, looked like they were both West African and then East African. Like I went to the pool, you guys. I'm not, and I seen a bunch of the women in their hijabs, literally, like in the pool, and it's 110 degrees in Texas, and I'm so confused.
Wow.
So this is the type of stuff I was seeing, but they are literally dumping them, and like I'm seeing in red states. It's just seemingly out of nowhere, out of nowhere,
I,
and then you're wondering why you're
I,
getting things, you know, with them trying to implement Sharia law. Um, you know, and then you had to have the governor come
I
in
think
and
Abbott put a
basically
stop to that,
repeal
didn't he?
that. Hmm?
I think Abbott had put a stop to that, didn't
Yeah, he did. Like he made it, it's illegal. And so, you
he?
know,
Yeah.
they tried to build like it actually an entire master plan community that had like, you know, their mosques, their homes within this community and everything. And actually they're already been doing it, and I've been like literally ringing the alarm for years. They've been doing like little test communities. One was actually near where I lived. And so while they were building the homes, or like, you know, the last of them, I went around and I'm trying to figure out things, right? There's never like a model home for you to come into and, you know, inquire about it. And then I start looking it up and finding out that these homes were built specifically for this group of people. And so they're literally coming into our communities and establishing themselves within them, and then wanting to take over and saying, "Oh, Sharia law will be the law of America." Like they are hell bent on starting this here. It's already happening in Europe,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just like,
Oh
well,
yeah.
your homelands are failed. And
Mm.
why do you want to spread something and it's failed where you come from? You're going to bring that same stuff here. And I mean, it's just the same you know, I don't care what race you are as an immigrant. It's all the same. It's all the same mindset when you start looking historically, how they were thinking, the same things that we're saying, the conversations that we were having now, W.E.B. Du Bois, and you know, they've been having these conversations since before the early before 1900. These are the same exact
Mm-hmm.
conversations, and it's like, when are these conversations going to stop? When is a plan going to be implemented into place, or not even necessarily a plan? It's like, let's just do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's it's frustrating.
Oh, we got one. Yeah, we got one though. I don't want to get into our black business plan, but we do got a black business plan that we trying to set up. That it's just a lot we got. We just trying to push it. That's why in the Discord on Monday is very important to touch into that, because we probably gonna try to have 2 meetings a week, especially once we get this trust going. But definitely, man, we got a good group of people. What's up, man?
Hey, yeah, player. Hey, tell me something to store face up here because I don't know who I'm talking to.
Say it again. Sydney Mini Gaming said we also have to create online safe spaces. Top 5 FBA awards, FBA networks for real. I like that because the
Yeah.
NAACP is trying to take over that. They trying to do the awards. They're trying to take over what BET was doing, and we can't let nobody take over our stuff politically. That's the problem. when they doing this, they want political control over what people say, over what happens, over who wins with what they doing. So that's why we have to take control, because all of this plays into politics for them. So I'm with you on that.
Okay, since we're talking about the trust and everything like that, what safeguards can we have in place to protect what we're trying to do with that?
What safeguards can we have in place?
Yeah, to protect what we're trying to do.
They did something, NAACP did something that was like, it was an online awards where it was like, it was just strictly online. Like he said, we need a space online that where we control, we need an app. We need an app for our, for certain things where we communicate. So they not, so they blindsided. So shout out to Derek Don Jeter. He was telling me about an app we did that we need to get. Yahweh Awakening got one. And it's just little simple stuff like that, man. We need little simple stuff, control the networks, so we can just nobody can disrupt it. Go ahead,
Yeah, H2O. I know that a lot of FBA is gonna hate me for saying this. I know they're gonna a lot of
you always
FBA,
saying that, man.
FBA
Why
gonna
you
hate me.
saying that, man?
Well,
Why? Why would you say that, fam?
My bad. I think ABA gonna help me. They're gonna hate me for saying this. I never did trust Jesse Jackson.
Me neither.
No, you good. Oh, you
FBA
good.
gonna hate me for saying this. I
No,
never
we ain't
did
gonna
trust
hate you
Jesse
for that.
Jackson.
I thought you would say something
He
earth shattering.
overreacting.
Jesse
Everything
Jackson?
he be saying, bro. He be overreacting, man.
For real.
We
Jesse
think just
Jackson,
like you.
please.
We listen. That's a common FBA ideology, right there.
Shit,
Well,
that was
I
the
don't
beginning
know.
of tennis.
I see what Unc is saying. What was it when they had that press conference, right? And I went back and I looked at it on YouTube, and you're seeing all of these comments, and then you're looking at the faces of the people, and it's a lot of what appears to be, I'm gonna just say flat black at this point because we don't know who they are. And so I just found it really astounding that there was like no one that said like a one bad comment. I think I said something fly. I posted it just to disrupt. But but to me, he's no better than Walter Plecker. He's no better than Walter
Heck
Plecker.
no.
He had a hand. He most definitely had a hand in the erasure of who we are. At the same time, while he identified himself as with his tribal ties, and that's just crazy to me.
Him and Lewis.
Hmm.
Yeah, the big sellouts. No. That when I took that as it was symbolic when he had passed away. It's like when he passed away, so did that term African American went with him.
Mm-hmm. It sure did.
I took that as very symbolic, especially at the time that the delineation had started, and it happened on Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
Or we
Yeah.
need to change that too to Foundational Black American History Month. So it seems like a lot of tethers have been trying to pry their way into
Tag on to it.
our sisters' history.
Okay, guys, I gotta go.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no!
Shout out to Queen Glamazon.
Don't.
Yeah,
I
we'll
just
holler at
wanted to
you later.
tell y'all,
Salute,
it was
salute,
great being on the panel. I gotta go.
salute. Yep. We got like 10, 15 minutes
All
more, but
right.
Queen Glamazon put he is definitely very adjacent to Walter Plecker. He could have gave the truth in his old age, but he took his betrayal to the grave. Dang.
Yeah. That's on point, sister.
Yeah, you're on point, man. You're on point.
Yeah, definitely on point on that.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put the Discord in Zaza so y'all can so you can be in I like to only get a Discord on live so I can see who we dealing with and I can know that they, this is kind of how we doing our event. Zaza, you good? I'm gonna put it in there, but let me get it real quick. Go ahead,
Tell Queen Amazon to come on in. Let's talk.
Yeah, bring it in. Bring it in.
Yeah, Queen Amazon say she said. Y'all always welcome. I love to hear all y'all opinion. Let me put it in there. That's the stream, y'all. I'm finna get the Discord for Zaza so we can have people standing on the business. We need that. But yeah, man, we got a lot of it's exciting, man. Right now, it's exciting to be doing this and starting, doing what the ancestors would be proud.
You know what's going on right now?
Doing. Yeah.
You know what's going on right now, brothers and sisters?
What's going on? We
this
got Queen.
What's up?
Yeah.
This just happening. We ain't had no meeting. This is happening. This is original.
For real. We got the Queen.
Hello,
in the
Queen.
Building. We got the Queen. Hold on. We got the Queen in the building, man. What's up, Queen Glamazon?
How y'all doing tonight or this morning?
Good to hear from you.
Pretty good, sister. Pretty good, sister.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I feel.
Let's talk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel as far as Jesse Jackson though. I'm about to age myself. I remember watching on the news when Jesse Jackson was on the television, and we were now being labeled African Americans, and I remember the uproar in the Black community about that for a long time. And for a long time, a lot of people was like, I'm not no African. I remember that. And so there's generations now, of course, that don't remember it, because I think that the generations of that time made the mistake of not passing down that oral knowledge of how angry we were about that. And so now it just became a common thing that this is who we are, but that's not what was accepted back then. And it was such an angry time when that happened. And so I feel like, you knew you were up in age. You knew your time was, dwindling out. You yourself and your family is on a dollar's rolls, and you could have at your old age said, you know what, I did this for whatever the reason is, you did it, but here's the actual truth, or I did it for this reason, and then bid yourself adieu. Go ahead and bow out then. But no, you took your betrayal and your lies all the way to your grave. And so for me being a person who remembers when the classification of African American became a thing, I have absolutely no respect for him, no respect for his memory, his legacy. I don't care what else he did, because while people can say, he did good here, but the harm he did for me outweighs any good that he ever did.
Okay. Wow.
Bravo, sister. Bravo. I mean, you already know my age. I'm 52. I remember when all that stuff went down. It's about we're African American now. We were like, what? I'm not. It was really. The sister is right. It was a big uproar behind all that stuff. But even before that, Jesse Jackson was losing backing. Even before he had did that, because stuff started coming out about his involvement with King's death and all that stuff like that. So he was losing steam from that.
Right.
And then he came out with that African American crap. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, and see, like I said, I think that our generation, I'm gonna include myself too. We made the mistake of not passing down that oral history, because a lot of the younger generation don't know this. I mean, you probably can go back and find some, maybe some videos or something where people were angry and stuff like that. But it wasn't just little spots here and there. It was so broad of how angry the Black community was when I will never forget that when that it was a news broadcast and they had the whole shebang and now you are being classified as African Americans. What?
Mm-hmm.
It was an uproar. So now when you see on social media or whatever social media platform it is, a lot of it is race bait. But even still, when you see it and you see these other immigrants and some Black people too saying, oh, you're trying to cut yourself off from Africa, or oh, all of a sudden now you don't want to be known as African. No, we never wanted that title. We was mad about the title.
Never.
However, at the time, it was unfortunate that none of us was able to have I don't know if we had the know-how. Let me not say that, because it could have been backroom. It could have been people in the back room trying to fight it, but it just never went through as far as us fighting having that classification, because we did not like it. And it wasn't a spot here and there. It was everywhere. Nobody wanted that title.
Mm-hmm.
And the craziest part is, like, it's not like today. Like, my sister knows what I'm talking about. Back then, you had like what, 10, 11, 12 channels, 12 channels at the most. So
Right.
your ABCs, CBS, and all that stuff, they controlled the narrative.
Right. And you didn't get
back
to
then.
see. And like right
Mhm.
now, how we are all over the country, you didn't really get to see this. Like, this is what you would call independent media, or you didn't get to see this. Maybe in the somewhere in the 90s, where mid to late 90s, I think, where cable stations started to pop up with their own little shows and things like that. But back then in the 80s, when he did that, it was 3, 6, 10, 12. It was only that. We didn't have a whole bunch of all of this. The internet wasn't what it is now. Even trying to reach somebody across the country from Philadelphia to California, the long distance fees was astronomical. So we didn't have all of that, so everybody could know, hey, no, I'm not with this. Not with this at all.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
the media was totally different. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Uncle.
I love the media now, but go ahead,
Okay, I want to say this. FBA ain't a new thing. Everybody loved Tupac, but they don't understand why they killed him. Because right now, we just changed our name to FBA, Foundational Black America. When I was 19 years old, Tupac was a rapper. And he said, we going to switch it on their ass. He said, we going to call ourselves nigga, and it's going to mean never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. People forget that. We're going to call ourselves a nigga, but we're going to say it means never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. And people forget when Tupac was trying to get in politics, they just know him for his music. They don't know him for trying to get in politics. 1995, Tupac said he could run for office. But only thing they remember about him is being a rapper.
I never knew he was going. I never knew he tried to run for office. That's new to me. Salute.
They didn't know he could run.
I think that
the other
probably
guy
was,
up there, I forget. I don't see your name up there. You're not that old from me, so you should remember that.
I think that was around the time. I think it was not too long after the time that he had that court case with the policeman. He beat the policeman up because he was defending a friend of his, and the policemen were in plain clothes and they didn't identify themselves. I think it was shortly after that time when he started to look into the political arena. Yeah.
So let me give you context. Let me give you.
Yeah.
Let me give you context behind all this, WG. Let me give you context behind all this stuff. Like the stuff that we have now, where we're able to connect with each other from here and there and everywhere, we never had any of those things. We went from having a TV with 3 channels with antennas on them. Then it went to a pager, then to a cell phone, then to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we seen all this technology grow in front of our faces within
Right.
a matter of like every 10 years it was something new. Every 10 years it was something new, all the way up to like what you say, about 2005, 2010.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and and then after that, when social media started coming out, it really wasn't a thing. This thing just recently just started growing in the past, like maybe what you say, about 8
10.
to 10 years, maybe
Yep. Yep.
about 10
Yep.
years. So the information that we, being a little bit older, that we getting now
No,
is new to
I'm
us.
going to talk on what you just said because you're a little bit older. You older than everybody else. Me and you around the same age. We're around the
Yeah,
same age. So I want you to speak on what I just said.
'cause
Tupac had
about
started
Tupac really could.
music. He said we didn't have internet. Tupac was in Chicago hanging out with gang bangers. It said niggas don't mean
Mm-hmm.
never ignorant. He started the whole nigga thing. He said, we called ourselves niggas. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. My brother knew Tupac. My brother was a game banger. He would always come home and say, damn, Tupac used to hang out with us. Pop was hanging out with us on the street. Tupac had a side bitch in Chicago. I'm gonna keep it real. That nigga was in Chicago, hanging out with the four corner hustlers, selling drugs.
Well,
Tupac was
here
a
was the thing with
real
Tupac back
nigga.
then. Tupac was saying, "Well, if you want to call me a thug, you want to call me a nigga, but that's what I'm going to portray as. Because you don't call me that, and you think that I'm that anyways. So I'm going to portray that to you." That was his attitude, and that's how he came up with the thug life and all that stuff like that. But like back to what I was saying though, is that see, like, if we had to get information, you actually had to go to the library and remember what they call it, the we had to go to the drawer and go through those cards and everything like that to look for your book and everything like that. I forgot what it's called. And you have to go and get books. But like now, all the information that you need to find out now is definitely in the palm of your hand. So all I'm trying to say is really appreciate what this technology has done, because
I
you couldn't get information just like that. You had to go actually research.
Thanks. Yeah.
I 100%
You
agree
had
with
to go to
that.
the library and look for this and look for that.
I
Okay.
100% agree with everything you just said. And it makes, it definitely makes the huge difference in how things are moving, the way things are being organized now. So I mean, it's not to say that things wasn't being able to be organized before. Obviously, the civil rights movement, things of that sort. So it could be, but the way it's being able to be organized in almost real time now, opposed to having to wait a week or two for a message to get across, state lines or stuff like that. It's amazing. And as a person that was in that time frame and from that generation, I am overelated. I'm always, in the chats like, I'm ready. How can I help? What can I, what can we do? Like, um, I'm really ready for this to take the the center stage that it's supposed to have always taken. I think that, Jesse Jackson, I don't want to say he set us back. He froze us where we were. He froze us because um instead of us continuing to move forward, we were always a people of education. We was always a people of learning and of knowledge and intellect. And we would have, I believe, come to understanding without that classification more of who we were, like the way we are now. It would have taken time, but it wouldn't have taken all of this time because we had to deal with the stigma and classification of African American for all of those years, all of those decades. We had to deal with that. And now we're here, people are utilizing information, utilizing the internet, social media, and all those other things, and they're learning. And so in the course of this learning, people are now understanding that, Jesse, you sold us out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
Sad thing.
The younger generations are learning what we already knew. Like, you sold us out, Jesse. So
no, but we were hearing the older generation talking about it too, saying that Jesse, and made us look in. We didn't really know about Jesse because we didn't know about him that much because we wasn't into that. Because in the 90s,
I'm gonna give, since this Foundational Black American Month, I'm gonna give it up to our sister because it was a sister that invented the internet.
it was a
That's
sister
right.
that invented the internet. Yeah.
I think she's still around, huh? I think she's still alive. Oh no, I think she passed away. Like I think she had passed away last month, I think.
H2O,
But
you need to throw her on your channel. While she's still alive, you need to throw her on your channel. The woman that invented the internet. Black woman.
I did a short about her, man, but I ain't doing shorts no more. So I didn't do a video about her, but I did bring her up though on the channel. Her name is Gladys. Gladys. I can't think of her last name, but her first name is Gladys. If I'm not mistaken, she passed. Somebody pull her name up in the chat, man. The lady name Gladys something.
And also too, yeah, because like now it's like me. I practically stay on my phone, just researching stuff that it was hard back then to get to. Now it's like, man, it's like right here. You know what I'm saying? With all the scholarship that they have on these sites, you know what I mean? It's like it's just awesome. It's amazing because now we could actually do things in real time. It's like the sister was saying. Like we still had things going on, but it would take a little bit longer, to spread the word and everything like that.
Right. So
and then I remember just to drop another gem on y'all, I remember my dad was telling me, like during the civil rights movement, a lot of brothers wasn't with that.
Yeah, most definitely. I can imagine, man, because
a lot of them wasn't with that because they knew what was going to happen. They say they're going to take away our schools. They're going to take away our They knew what was about to happen, and they wasn't with that. The brothers was back then they was fine being delineated from everybody else. It was cool with it.
It was safer.
Yeah.
Because I remember my dad telling me, in their neighborhood they had everything they needed. They really didn't go on the white tea side of town. They never did. They said they had everything they needed right there in the neighborhood, and everybody was close.
That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of people in, man. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
so like that the way they kind of they kind of glorified the civil rights movement. It really wasn't. It really wasn't the way they make it out to really be. A lot of black folks wasn't with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that movie Lackawanna Blues. It really kind of puts that in the forefront of what the integration movement did, to the black community as a whole. It shows, it was such a booming and bustling, how people describe Black Wall Street, but it was a lot of black neighborhoods was like that. It was booming and bustling in this. And then the integration came, and then it shows how maybe in the late 70s, starting towards the 80s, how you start to see vacant houses and businesses shut down, and you start to see more people on the street that was like drug addicts or alcoholics. Like that wasn't a thing like that in those. It became obviously it became a thing when they put the drugs in our neighborhood, but even before then, when the integration started and businesses started shutting down in our communities and we wasn't able to support one another as we used to, it started to just give a down spiral.
And
That's
like
her name. Glad
when
as
my
well.
dude,
There you go. Yeah, go
like
ahead.
when
Go
I was
ahead.
born in the 70s, and back then brothers had practically everybody was an engineer. Everybody was either working on the railroad or working offshore.
Right.
Back then, and back then that was big money. Back then, like your money stretched. Like I remember when I first started working back in '90, I was making $4.25 an hour.
I remember.
But back then, making $4.25, yeah, yeah. So I was making $4.25 an hour. But back then, it was straight. Like you was still able to do a lot of things, making that amount of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, what I'm saying is the living, the cost of living, it don't matter. Like the money, how much you made, even now, somebody's okay, man, we're making 12, but the cost of living is different. So it's like, it don't really matter. It matters about, you know what I'm saying?
The
How much
inflation
it
involved.
costs,
Yeah.
and everything like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was better, but yeah, it was better. I mean, the further you go back, the more the money was, back in the days, you probably could have bought a house for like $5,000. They were saying, you know what I'm saying, at one point in time. So yeah, it's messed up. The more the longer it's getting, it's like the further.
It's like the more you make now,
yeah,
the less you get. It's like now the more you make now, it's like the less you could get.
Yeah, it's like you were better off making $4.25 in that time because things were a lot cheaper, and you know what I mean. It made sense, but you make $20 here, and it's worse.
It's like $4.
It's worse than $4. Like you made $2 back then. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, it was like $4, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I wanted to ask you, as far as the
and back then, you could quit a job that day. You can.
Right. Hello. Queen was finna say something. Go ahead, Queen.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you as far as the trust. I'm really interested in it. Were you saving the more conversation or specifics about it for Monday night?
Yes, I want y'all to all bring Monday night at 10 o'clock. That's when we're gonna be specific. It's a difference. We talk a bit more, and we get to the nitty gritty. But, yeah, we're gonna say that because we got a few business ideas and things that we need everybody can help on, and it's something that we can action steps we can do right now. But, but yeah, we're gonna talk about that on Monday. But yeah, what you was finna say, man? Because I'm gonna let y'all talk one more time, and then we're gonna wrap it up. But what you was finna say about that $4, $2, man? That $2 that's how much it is now, man. We getting $2 an hour. But what you think, man? What you was saying?
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's like I say, like everything went up. Yeah, your paycheck may have gotten bigger, but you're getting less. And I was making less, but I was getting more.
Right. You know what I'm saying? You could stuff cost $1.
It's just strange. It's just strange. It's just.
You didn't have to spend $100, bro.
Yeah, man. I remember a time where you could get penny candy.
Yeah, you could have spent $30 at the grocery store. You could have had a whole gang of food. You know what I'm saying? Now $30 is getting you a loaf of bread.
H2O. I'm trying to tell you this.
Was that on?
I'm talking to the sister too. You, man, you don't know nothing. Man. I'm talking to the sister. Man, your man had $20 He can take you to the movies, take you to dinner. He had gas money.
Yeah.
Y'all make out at the car at the drive-in.
Real talk.
When you come home, be like, hey, I had a good night.
$20.
Yeah, real talk. Off of $20. Off of $20.
Yeah,
Yep.
$20 back
Real
then.
talk.
$20 back then was $20 back then was probably $200 now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was something special. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to keep up with this.
$20 back then meant a lot. $20 back then meant a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if you took $40 to the grocery store, you know, let's say you was, and this is if you felt like you was running low, but if you took $40 to the grocery store for people who used to get food stamps, like $40 could feed your house, and not only just your house, because a lot of times back then we was feeding neighbor kids, or you know, we was helping out the neighbors, or neighbors was helping us or whatever. Like $40 was, you could fill up your freezer, you could fill up your house with some food with 40.
My mama gave me $20. She be like, let them have a good time. She gave me $40. And then you better bring her home so I can meet her.
Yeah, those times is listen.
And back then,
shoot, man.
And back then, like a lot of your aunties and your uncles and stuff like that, they always would come visit, like all the time. And every time they would come visit, they would never be empty-handed. They always brought some food and stuff like that. Like
some money. They had money.
It was just it was the norm. It was
It was always that one. It was always that one uncle or that one auntie who had like a really, you know, good job, and so they come around. They, you know, give out like you could get $1 back then. You as a child, $1 was like everything. I mean, yeah. I remember $2 used to buy a whole Subway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, man. It's all good, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it back going. We're gonna get it back going. But y'all, we going live on Sunday on YouTube. And then Monday. I just want y'all to make sure you got something. Cause we only gonna be on probably like an hour. So I want you to be locked in on what your point is and what you want to bring or your questions. So make sure you have that ready. So you ain't, you know, we don't want to freelance this. We want to just take advantage of the time we got, you know, because it's going to be a lot of us. Probably going to be 10, 20 of us, you know, maybe more. But we're going to have an agenda. We're going to set it up in the chat. So
the topic's going to be about the trust?
Topic's going to be about the trust, and it's going to be about what we was at before. It's a business that we all trying to do together. I ain't going to put too much on here, but where everybody can help.
Okay.
And I want y'all to be prepared, everybody, but I put it in the chat. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, H2O. Everybody who know who I am. My chat name is My Life Been a Change for Yours. I'm an old school dude. And I've been around for a while. I used to be a bodyguard. My friend Frank Alexander got killed a couple years ago. Everybody think Suge did it because ever since Tupac died, he's always talking about they was blaming him for his death. So every time I go see him, he always talking about Suge them after him. And I was always kicking it with OG Johnson from South Central Cartel movie. He's always made me mad because every time I see him, he always thought I was a drug dealer because he was heavy on them drugs. He was like, man, Stoney. My old school people used to call me Stoney in LA. And OG Johnson always come up to me talking about some, you got them drugs? I used to get mad, like, nigga, I'm a rapper. I ain't no goddamn drug dealer.
Oh, you was a rapper. Hey, yeah, but man, we're gonna have to continue this on Sunday. We're gonna know your story.
All right, man.
Tell us some good
too
stories.
long.
I ain't know you was a rapper though. We're gonna have to hit some rap on Sunday.
PA, T.I.O. them motherfuckers 50 cents day shit.
I ain't got nothing on you. I'm with you on that, man. But listen, I appreciate everybody for coming on, man, tapping in. Little Big Mama Jones, I appreciate you. Everybody who joined in the chat, Beloved Thompson, Berners Brash, everybody who contributed to the chat, man. Queen, yeah,
Your sister, she looking good.
yeah, and shout out to Nia, everybody who participated, man. Like to shout y'all out, Fee from H-Town, even Black Magic came on. So we're gonna be on Sunday, but most importantly, y'all tap into the Discord and we're gonna exchange information there, and we're gonna talk about how we're gonna set up this meeting on Monday. And we're gonna keep it pushing, man. It's always a great time hanging with family. So
yeah,
make sure y'all spread the word. We are only spending with our businesses, and if our business is not there, we got to come together and put that there, so we're not spending with them. So we know the beauty supply stores and all of that. When y'all come to this channel, we got to push this out to the community and let people know this is what we're doing. So that's important. That's very important. So, man, I love and appreciate y'all, man. I catch y'all on Sunday. We're gonna chop it up and kick it again. Y'all know how we do, man. FBA all day, staying loyal to the soil. All right. Peace and love. Y'all give y'all closing out. Peace and love.
All praise to the Most High.
Most High for sure.
I'm looking forward to the conversation. I'm excited.
That's awesome. All right, family, man. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Be safe out there. We gonna connect on Sunday.
Good night.
All right.